Hello everyone, Stjepan here. Today I'm starting a new series and the series will be on the King's Gambit. This will be an introductory video where I will cover all the basics of the opening. I will also go through all the main variations, but each variation will be covered in detail in a separate video. So the series will be 10 videos and we are going to go over all the main variations for white and for black. So the King's Gambit, we are going back to the romantic era of chess after having covered several mainline openings which are commonly played on the highest level. The King's Gambit is, you could argue, an unsound opening. According to the engines, it doesn't give white as big of an advantage as, let's say, the Roy Lopez or the Italian would give. So let's get into the opening. Pawn to e4. Pawn to e5, the normal response by black, preventing a central expansion by white. The main aim of the move e5, same as of the move c5, which is the Sicilian defense, is to prevent the easy d4 for white. And if white manages to get the move d4 in, if you imagine these two pawns being in the center, then white is going to have a comfortable central spatial advantage and a lot of control in the center, controlling all the key squares. And black wants to prevent that. That's why black plays e5. Now in normal openings, the most common move is knight to f3. And the point of the move knight to f3 is to put pressure on the e5 pawn and try to put pressure on the center later on. For example, weaken the d4 square later on and then be able to push through with d4. If black does nothing, white can capture the pawn and continue that way. The King's Gambit has a much more straightforward approach. The King's Gambit simply forces away the e5 pawn with pawn to e4, with pawn to f4. And with this move, you're accepting a lot of disadvantages, you're accepting a lot of weaknesses, especially on the king side, especially on this key diagonal towards your king, and you are giving black an opportunity to create an attack himself. But as Neil MacDonald has put it wonderfully in his book on the King's Gambit, white is pushing away white is forcing away the black e5 pawn, preparing to overrun the center and slay the black pieces in their beds. And that's poetically said, but it's basically what the opening is about. You're preparing to gain central control while accepting a pawn gambit, and if you can imagine white having these two pawns in the center and all of his pieces opened, the bishops opened and the queen opened, then white indeed does have an opportunity to create a swift attack. Now the problem is that this idea of attacking chess and romantic chess did work in the 19th century when the opening was first developed, let's say. It has been played in the Renaissance as well, but the 19th century is basically when the beginnings of the theory were developed. And that did work back then because the analytical approach to chess openings wasn't there yet. Nobody really studied the theory that much, except for maybe the greats such as Paul Morphy or somebody else. And this opening, the King's Gambit, has been revived, let's say, in the 20th century. And there have been several books written in the 20th century. For example, Victor Korchnoi wrote one on the King's Gambit, and the theory has definitely improved and developed. So it's no longer an opening in which white risks everything in order to gain a quick win. Black has ways to defend, white has ways to equalize regardless of his opening sacrifice, opening gambit, opening risky play. So the main idea of the opening for white is to get rid of black's central pawn to be able to gain a huge center. So the main response, of course, e takes f4, immediately gives white the option to play d4. Now this isn't such a good move because of several reasons. We will get to that. The main move is knight to f3. But the goal has been accomplished. You have removed the defender and you are now free to expand in the center. And for black, when black accepts the gambit, black has to either try and hold on to the pawn or get an advantage with an attack. So, okay, there are two options for black. Black can either, after pawn to f4, accept or decline the sacrifice. That is where the opening branches out. E takes f4 is King's Gambit accepted. We are going to go over the King's Gambit accepted in 7 videos. And two other options. Let me get to this position. Sorry, whoever is challenging me for declining your challenges, I'm playing right now, so you can understand. And after f4, two other options are d5, the Falkbeer counter gambit, which also has a very cool name, which either goes into this position, ed5, ef4, which is now the modern transfer, the modern treatment of the Falkbeer counter gambit, or after e takes d5 for black to play c6, which is the Nimzowitsch counter gambit. Two very exciting openings. Once again, we are going to go over them in separate videos. And the second option to decline the king's gambit is to play bishop to c5, which is the classical variation, which is, you could argue, the soundest one for black, the safest one, and the least risky option. But it's not as active. You're not accepting the sacrifice. And in the romantic era, this would be frowned upon. Today, it's okay. But let's go over the king's gambit accepted. This is the main reason why black is fine in the opening. You have to accept the gambit. White has two moves. Let's go over one sideline first. The second most popular move is bishop to c4, which is the bishop's gambit. Now, one disadvantage of the move is clear immediately, the fact that you're accepting a queen check on h4, and you basically have to be aware that your king is going to be stuck on f1 for the rest of the game. Black has three moves here. Black can either play knight to f6, not using the check immediately, after which knight c3, c6, and the position is sort of normal. White is a pawn down. Black is going to expand with d5, but white has definite compensation. You can already see that white has compensation. White has two developed pieces, and white is perhaps going to be able to play d4 or d3 and open up his other bishop and then attack f4. The second option for black after bishop to c4 is the move d5, putting pressure on the bishop immediately. And after bishop takes d5, queen to h4, check, king to f1, you can see what I was talking about. In this position, black has given the pawn back, but the white king is never able to castle, and black is, as in every king's gambit position, slightly better. And the third option after the bishop's gambit is the move queen to h4, check immediately after king to f1 to play d6, not giving the pawn back, and after knight to f3, moving your queen. And once again, black is slightly better. In this position, he hasn't even given back the pawn. But after the queen moves, then white is going to be able to play d4, achieving his great center and putting pressure on the f4 pawn. So the bishop's opening is, the bishop's gambit is definitely one of the two best moves. I would argue that it's even more comfortable to play than knight to f3 on move 3 for white. And in fact, Bobby Fischer, when he played, and he rarely did, when he played the king's gambit, he almost exclusively employed the bishop to c4 line. And the main move after the king's gambit and the accepted king's gambit e takes f4 is the move knight to f3. Now this is the main reason why the opening was invented, I would say. You have given up a pawn. Black has captured on f4, but you have prevented black's main threat of queen to h4 check, and you are going to push through with d4 at some point. And now what black has to do is he has to decide whether he wants to hold on to the pawn at all costs, or if he wants to create an attack. And black has several options. The move g5 is considered the main line in this variation, which is called the king's knight gambit. And g5 is simply defending the pawn and trying to push away the f3 knight with g4 later on. And main variations branch out of the move g5. We are going to go over this move in one or maybe even two videos, because there are five very important gambit lines which arise from that, and one more which is sort of a sideline. Those are the Kisertsky gambit, which is one of the main lines, the Algar gambit, the Philidor gambit, the Heinstein gambit, and several others. So there's going to be a lot of theory in this line. And as I said, g5 is considered the main line, and g5 is the best way for black to play. Let me show you just one sample continuation. The main move here for white is h4, challenging the g5 pawn. This might look like the semi-Slav in reverse, where black in some positions pushes a5 to weaken the control of c5. So this is a common plan. And after h4, black continues with g4. And here, white can either play knight to a5 or knight to e5 or knight to g5. These are some sample continuations. This, for example, is the Hosiyar Gambit, and we are going to go through this opening in a separate video in great detail. This is one of the best variations for black to play. There are several other options. After the move g5, white doesn't have to continue with h4. White can continue with the move bishop to c4. And here black has two options. One of them is bishop to g7, which is the soundest one. And here white could either continue with h4, which is the Philidor Gambit, or after bishop to g7, white could play castles, which is the Einstein Gambit. Both are very comfortable positions for both sides and both lead to very exciting games. Another option after bishop to c4 is that black doesn't have to play bishop to g7, which is the safest move. Black can play the move g4. And now you have probably the most exciting positions in all of chess, because white can either play it safely, still it looks very risky. Castles is the main move, believe it or not. Gf3, black gives up a piece. Queen takes f3. This is called the Muzio Gambit. We are going to go over this in great detail. So this is one line. Another line after g4 is that white could immediately sacrifice a piece with bishop takes f7, and after king takes f7, knight to e5 check, and the main move is here. If black doesn't go here, then he could be in a lot of trouble. Let's say this position. Here, white could even give up a knight this way, and black could be fine in some positions if he manages to get a draw, transferring his king from a6 to b6, but a lot of risky lines could arise from this, from the bishop to c4 line. So after g5, white has an array of moves to choose from. Bishop to c4 and h4 aren't the only two moves. Another great way to play is d4, which is the Rosentreter Gambit. A very risky line for white, but if black doesn't know what he's doing, then he could lose very soon. Another line after g5 is the move knight to c3, the Quaid Gambit. So the move g5 is the main line for black. And white, if he knows what he is doing, then I believe that up to some point of maybe international master or FIDE master level, if you know all of these variations in depth, you're definitely going to have an advantage over your opponent, who perhaps wasn't even prepared for you playing the King's Gambit, and perhaps this is as far as he knows the theory, that the move g5 is the main line. So if you study all of these lines, you are definitely going to have an edge over your opponent. So g5 will be covered in one or two videos in great detail. Now, black doesn't have to play g5. After the move knight to f3, there are 5 more defenses which are fine for black. Probably the best alternative to g5 is the move d6. And this move was popularized by Bobby Fischer, hence the name Fischer defense. And he actually introduced it in his book, My 60 Memorable Games, where he wrote about the move as the way to neutralize the King's Gambit. He said that d6 refutes the King's Gambit. It's not true, of course, but d6 is definitely one of the two best ways to fight the King's Gambit. So the Fischer defense, a sample continuation, d4, white expands, using the fact that black has accepted the Gambit. g5. Defending the f4 pawn, because d4 expands in the center and also attacks the f4 pawn. h4, weakening g5, g4, knight to g1, bishop h6, knight to c3. You can see that these positions are very complex, and if you know what you're doing, you're going to have an edge over your opponent. So this would be the Fischer defense, an alternative to g5. Another great way for black to play is the move d5. This is the modern defense. This is perhaps the most aggressive way. And this is as if black says, I'm not going to hide against you. You play the King's Gambit, I'm playing even more aggressively. So the modern defense is a very aggressive way to play. E takes d5, knight to f6, bishop to c4, knight takes d5, castles. This is a simple continuation. Another way for black to play, bishop to e7, the Cunningham defense. Knight to e7 can also be played. This is the Bonch-Osmolovsky variation. h6 is another way to play. This is the Becker defense. So black definitely has a wide range of replies to the King's Gambit. It's not as if white is playing a forced Gambit line, which black has to accept. There is only one forced variation in which white is slightly worse, but black is fine, etc. No, this is a very complex opening. It revolves around many theoretical ideas, and it requires a deep positional understanding of the position. It's not only the risky aspects of the gambit for white or the extra pawn for black. It's much deeper than that. And if you study the theory, as black, of course, you might not be able to use it as often because you can't force your opponents to play the King's Gambit. But as white, if you know these positions, then you are going to have an amazing weapon in your repertoire, because the King's Gambit isn't played at the highest level as often, and that causes the lower rated player, club players such as me, not to play it at all. And people seem to think that the King's Gambit is unsound and that they shouldn't play it. The truth can't be more opposite, especially against lower rated opponents up to, let's say, FIDE master level. If you know the theory in the King's Gambit, you have a great surprise weapon and you have a great edge straight out of the opening. If you play the Roy Lopez, everybody's going to know that. If you play the Italian, most people are going to know the theory. If you play the King's Gambit, and let's say your opponent plays Fischer's defense, you can't tell me that they will be as prepared as in the Breyer Roy Lopez, for example. People don't play this as often, so learn this, learn every variation, and you're going to have a huge weapon in your opening repertoire. As I said, this was just an introductory video. I wanted to give you the basics of the opening. Every single one of the variations which are written on the right side of the screen are going to be covered in a separate video, and I'm going to go through the series in the next couple of weeks. I hope you like it. Let me know what you think. Let me know if you've had any experience with the King's Gambit yourself, and yeah, that's it. Let me know which variation you're looking forward to the most. Thanks very much, and stay tuned for more chess. Bye-bye. Hello everyone, Stepan here. I'll continue the series on the King's Gambit with 3 more defenses black has. After the moves e4, e5, f4 the King's Gambit, ef4 the King's Gambit accepted, and knight to f3. We are still on this move, which is by far the main move in the King's Gambit accepted, and with this move white is basically preventing any queen to h4 checks. So this is the main line. Another move that we are going to look at will be bishop to c4. After e takes f4, but for now knight to f3 still. And we've already been over the Fischer defense, which is pawn to d6. We've been over pawn to d5, which is the modern defense. And today we are going to go over 3 more defenses black has on move 3. And all 3, I have to say, are not the main lines for a very good reason. One more move we are going to go over in the next 2 videos will be the move g5, which is the main line. And g5, the main line, and pawn to d6, the Fischer defense, are considered to be the main and the best responses for black. And basically black is able to get a favorable position regardless of how white reacts to those 2 moves. And in theory, those 2 moves have been, were proven to defeat the King's Gambit. Now, in Grandmaster chess and in high-level chess, things don't really work that way, and people are not supercomputers, so there are several other options black could adopt, and especially since alternatives to the main line are often not as well known as the main lines, of course, so you might surprise your opponents with them. Today, we are going to go over the Cunningham defense, which is bishop to e7. We are going to go over knight to e7, which is the Bonch-Osmolovsky variation, and we are going to go over pawn to h6, which is the Becker defense. So these 3 will be in one video, because the theory in them is not as broad as in, let's say, the Fischer defense. Let's continue with bishop to e7, the Cunningham defense first, and this is probably the most popular of the 3 sidelines. In live book there have been over 150 games in Grandmaster games. Garry Kasparov has played this and many other strong grandmasters, so it's definitely a viable defense to the King's Gambit, and there's nothing wrong with that. But as I said, it's not as precise as d6, d5 or g5. To bishop to e7, white has 2 main moves. One of them is bishop to c4, which is the main line, and the other one is knight to c3, which I find very comfortable for white. Now, the point of the move bishop to e7, the Cunningham defense, is that you now have two attackers on the h4 square. And now you are basically able to dislodge the white knight from the e1 square and prevent it from castling further on, because the king has to move. So the logical continuation after knight to c3, which does nothing about controlling the h4 square, one way to control it would be queen to e2, and that would mean that after bishop check you could take, and after queen checks you could play queen to f2. But this is not as popular, and it basically gives away any initiative white might have had for the pawn, so this isn't a popular variation. So after bishop to e7, white plays knight to c3, accepting this check. So bishop h4 check, king to e2. And in many king's gambit accepted positions, white is going to go for a king walk, and his king is going to be unable to castle. But after king to e2, white's position is actually perfectly safe, not visually, but it's safe, and white isn't in any trouble. The position is almost equal. Here black continues with d5. You have to take that. It is a pawn sacrifice after all. Knight takes d5, knight to f6, now attacking both the pawn and the knight, so black is going to regain the pawn. However, white has the option of taking on f6, basically saving the pawn he just took. So knight f6 is the best move, queen to f6. And now, if you want to play it safe, you can play d3, but your position is still kind of risky. You still have your king on e2, and you want to gain central control immediately. And the point of the king's gambit, the point of the move f4, is that you want to remove the e5 pawn from black's position to make sure that you can play d4 sort of free of charge. So here, instead of d3, I would recommend the move d4, gaining as much space as possible. And now if you assess this position, white did manage to regain his lost pawn, and in fact white has a favorable pawn structure in my opinion. So position assessment, king safety, black is better. Pawn structure, white is better. Material is equal. Piece activity, well, you could argue that it's equal as well. Black has two pieces developed, white has one, and he has a bad king, so yeah, it's sort of equal. Now the position continues with bishop to g4, pinning this knight to the king, queen to d2, putting pressure on the f4 pawn, knight c6, putting pressure on d4, and now c3, defending the weakness, g5, defending f4, king d1, and you want to get your king to safety to c2, and you want to be able to defend this way. So now castles for black, king c2, your king is now safe, bishop takes f3, g takes f3. This is the main line that happens after knight to c3 in the Cunningham defense, and I just couldn't find a single problem for white, and I was analyzing this position for a long while. Because I actually want to be prepared for any defense black could play, and I'm trying to find a single variation I'm going to adopt, and I'm planning to start playing the king's gambit. So bishop to e7 is definitely a possible way for black to play. So my plan is to, after bishop to e7, if black plays the Cunningham defense, my plan is to go into the knight c3 line, which is far less popular than bishop to c4, and as you can see, it leads to quite comfortable positions. Your king is open, okay, your king is going for a walk, but you have a broad center, and it's not really sure what black has. Okay, now as for the main line in the Cunningham defense, and of course the main lines are always objectively better, that's why they are the main lines, is bishop to c4. With the move bishop to c4, you have a common king's gambit attacking plan for white. Put pressure on f7, it's as simple as that, and castle as soon as possible. Just not caring about your lost pawn. Knight f6 for black is the main move, e5, dislodging the knight from the defensive square, knight to g4, and now white castles. In this position, I would rather have white, because I think that I have more attacking prospects than black does, and it's not really sure what the knight is doing on g4 after the move such as h3. So I think the black knight is misplaced, the bishop isn't really active on e7, the queen is blocked, the king can castle, but white has a definite lead in development, f4 is a certain weakness, and if black plays g5, then where's the black king, who is now on e8, going to find safety? Black here continues with knight to c6, putting pressure on the e5 pawn. White plays d4, defending the pawn, and d5, which is the main move. Here, you don't really want to allow black to block your center. even though bishop to d3 might seem like a logical continuation, putting pressure on h7, the best move is ed6, taking en passant, and after bishop to d6, playing queen to e2 check. You want to open up this position to make sure you can exchange the queens and have a lead in development with a slightly better pawn structure. Here, if you count the material, white has 6 pawns, black has 7, but the f4 pawn is going to be indefensible because you always have pressure on the f7 square, and you have two attackers on f4. So this is the reason why after d4, d5, you play ed6, and you provoke a queen exchange. Bishop to e6 isn't possible because bishop takes, f takes, queen takes check, and after queen to e7 the knight is hanging. Bishop to e7 back is a really passive move, and I would bet that white can simply take here and be better, or do something else. So queen to e7 is basically forced. Now queen e7, knight e7, knight to g5. And you are getting your pawn back with a favorable position. So you are attacking the f4 pawn twice, you are attacking the f7 pawn twice, so black has to decide which to protect. Castles is best, and now bishop f4, and you got your pawn back. And if you think about this position, the pawn structure is favorable for white. White has 4 to 3 on the queen side, which means that it's going to be much easier for white to create a passed pawn than it's going to be for black, because 3 to 2 on the king side is really hard to utilize due to the kings being close. So white is going to have an easier time creating a passed pawn, which means that any endgame is slightly favorable for white. A sample continuation, knight f5, bishop to d3, attacking the knight, h6, forcing the knight away, but now you have a tactic, bishop takes f5, bishop takes f4, rook takes f4, hg5, rook g4, bishop f5, rook g5, bishop c2, rook c5, and I would rather have white. It's equal, of course, but white is a smidget better. So this is the main line of the Cunningham defense. After bishop to e7, which is a playable move with a clear idea of bishop h4 check, either play knight to c3 or bishop to c4. I like both, slightly prefer knight to c3, but if I see bishop to e7 on the board in my games, I'm going to be happy because I'm prepared either way, and there aren't really that many attacking possibilities. Black has, if your king goes to e2 and to d2 and to c2, it's not really a big deal, remember that. Okay. Moving on, the second defense I want to talk about in this video is the Bonch-Osmolovsky variation, which is knight to e7 instead of bishop to e7. Now, the idea behind this move is that black often wants to reroute his knight to g6, which isn't actually what happens most of the time, but it's a very clear plan of defending the f4 pawn. The second thing is that black is controlling the square d5, and yeah, developing his pieces. In some positions, black might even try g6, bishop g7, but as I said, knight to e7 is a common developing move, and you can either play knight to g6 or knight to d5, so the knight is really useful there. If you manage to get knight to g6 in, then your f4 pawn is defended sufficiently and you have a fine position. Here white can't waste any time, and knight to e7 is a slightly inactive move. The Bonch-Osmolovsky variation actually is sort of comfortable to play for white because black isn't putting any immediate pressure on white's position. Bishop to e7 is much more active, threatening this check. Knight to e7 doesn't really threaten anything. So white here has two options. I would recommend the latter one. So bishop c4 is a sideline, putting pressure on f7, and of course it's going to be hard to defend. You can see that because black can't castle, black doesn't have any knight to a6, of course. So here in this position, black has to continue with d5, ed5, knight d5, castles, bishop to e6. I'm not sure whether white should go for this bishop to c4 line. I'm not sure that it gives as much activity. Here after bishop to e6, you probably have to play bishop to b3 and then d4, putting pressure on the f4 pawn. You are going to get your pawn back, but I think the main line is more active. So after knight to e7, what I would recommend is the move d4 immediately, so that after d5, you can either play e5, which sort of dampens your attacking chances, closing down the center, or the move knight to c3, which I really like. And this is what I plan to play against knight to e7, the Bonch-Osmolovsky, because after knight c3, black of course has to take, his pawn is attacked, so d4, knight e4, knight d5, defending the f4 pawn. You can now play bishop to d3, and you can see how harmonically white's pieces are developed, and white is controlling almost every key square in the center. I just love this position. The fact that you're a pawn down is completely irrelevant here. Black has 7 pawns, but the f4 extra pawn is meaningless. And I really like white's position here. You're going to castle, either queenside or kingside, and you have a lead in development and attacking chances. The black king is still stuck in the center. Black tries to castle here, so bishop to e7. White can either play c4 or castle short. I would recommend playing c4 because castling short is sort of passive compared to castling long later on, and it will most likely transpose if you want to castle short later in the position. And you have to play c4 anyway, removing this knight, so I would recommend the move c4. Your king isn't under any pressure, so you can just relax. If this check comes now, I think it would be too risky, because after bishop check, knight takes, queen check, king to f1, white has too many pieces open up and the knight is hanging anyway, so black will have to move the knight and then probably lose this pawn, or queen to e2 and knight somewhere. So this check isn't really a plan for black now. So after c4, black plays knight to e3. That's the best move. That's actually the safest way to give the pawn back. Black wants to get rid of this bishop, so now queen to e2. You can take immediately as well, it doesn't matter. Castles, bishop e3, f e3, queen takes e3, and now bishop to g4. And in this position I would recommend castling long. And when you compare that to this position in which white castles short, I think that here you have greater attacking chances. Both of your knights are great. If black ever takes, you're going to open up the g-file. You can march your h-pawn up the board. You have a broad center. All you have to do is play king b1 at some point and have a safe position. Now, the only threat black has, sort of threat, is knight c6, knight b4, trying to take your bishop, but in that case you can play bishop to b1, defending your a2 pawn, and you basically don't want to give up this bishop because it's a great attacking piece on h7, and in conjunction with these knights it could be really dangerous. So castling short is an option, but I would recommend castling long. Let's go over the position once again. So King's Gambit accepted, knight f3, knight to e7, the Boncho-Smolovsky variation. I would recommend the move d4, gaining central space immediately, d5, and now e5 sort of dampens your chances, so knight c3, d takes, knight d5, bishop d3, develop all of your pieces harmonically, bishop to e7, and here you can decide to castle short, but as I said, c4 is more active. Knight e3. Black can retreat somewhere else, but if black retreats to f6, I think you can just ignore that and play a developing move, or even castle long, because in that case you are going to be a tempo up. So knight e3, queen e2, castles, bishop e3, f e3, queen e3. If black doesn't give back the pawn this way, then he's going to have to give it back anyway. And after bishop g4, castles long, I would always rather have white here. If you turn on the engine thinks white has a slight advantage. It's irrelevant, but from a human perspective, I think that your attack is going to be faster, and ultimately black's king is going to be in much more trouble, because you already have 4 attacking pieces aiming at the black king, and black doesn't really have any attack yet. This is the only attacking piece. This is the second developed piece in the position, so black is far away from creating any chances. Okay, and the third move I wanted to talk about today is the Becker defense, which is the move h6. So not bishop e7, not knight to e7, h6. And h6 has a clear plan, and once we go over the main line, which is in this position g5, and we are going to go over that in 2 videos, g5 simply defends the f4 pawn, and in some positions black plays h6, bishop to g7, so this is a common plan in the King's Gambit accepted. This is one of the main lines, and the Becker defense simply prepares the move g5 with h6, so it could transpose to some of the lines with g5, and it's a safer way to get the same idea going. So here white aims for the main purpose of the King's Gambit, the move d4, expanding in the center. This is the main line, and I would like to mention one sideline though, which I've been looking at and which I think I'm going to play against the Becker defense over the board. It's a very rarely played move, and it's not as good as d4, but I think it's it's hard for black to face that move, and black is going to have to completely change his thinking process if he's been used to playing against the king's gambit, and this is an idea that not many people play. So the move is b3, and you sort of go for the approach of the b3 Sicilian, trying to get a queenside fianchetto early on and putting a lot of pressure on black's kingside, and black is most often going to castle short, so this is a very useful bishop. You do, however, have to be careful because black's main move is bishop to e7, and here you actually do go for queen to e2, trying to prevent this. So if bishop h4, knight h4, queen h4 check, queen f2, and your bishop is going to compensate for the lost pawn. So now knight to f6 by black, knight c3, castles, bishop b2, d5, e5, chasing the knight away, and yeah, I think this is a fine position. And black has a trick here. Black can play rook to e8 because the queen is under pressure, so black doesn't really have to move the knight yet. So if rook to e8, in this position, you can see that white is losing the queen. So after rook to e8, you can just castle. And yeah, I like this position for white. The engines think that black is better because, of course, it's not the main line, and black has an extra pawn. But I think this is quite nice to play, and your king is perfectly safe as opposed to many king's gambit positions, and you have great attacking chances with this bishop. So b3 is definitely a move to consider against the backer defense. But let's go over the main line. The main line is d4. And one thing I forgot to mention, the move b3 sort of puts the brakes on black's main idea here, which is g5, which means that h6 was a waste of time. So with the move b3, you've sort of gained the tempo, because after the move b3, black wishes to have his tempo back and play something else, some useful move, such as bishop to e7. So yeah, but d4, the main line, and black now continues with g5. Knight to c3, developing bishop to g7. As I said, this is the main setup black is going for with the move h6. Here white should continue with g3, trying to break up this strong pawn structure. fg3, hg3, d6, developing the bishop and preparing to play bishop to g4, pinning the knight. Bishop to e3, developing, and yeah, your plan is to castle long in almost every game here, because castling short is far too risky. You can see that these pieces are poised to kill your king. Knight f6, queen to d2, trying to castle long, as I said. And black here can, the best move is knight to c6, but let me just show you how easy it is for black to go wrong here. Let's say black castles, which seems reasonable, and it actually has been played, but it loses by force. If black castles, you immediately have a tactical blow, knight takes g5. After hg5, bishop g5, this position, if you ask the engines, is winning for white, and it's almost impossible for black to defend. Let's say rook e8, castles long, bishop g4, bishop h6. You get to open up the position, sacrifice an exchange or even a piece, but your position will be winning. Here's a sample continuation. This is just too hard to defend, and the king is too naked. So in this position where white goes for queenside castling, black has to be extremely careful with his king. So it's best to keep the king in the center until white has committed and until black has brought some extra forces to the defense. So knight c6, developing another piece. Castles, knight g4, putting pressure on this bishop, and you want to keep this bishop. You don't really want to give it away. It's one of your main attacking pieces and one of your main defenders, because your d4 pawn is hanging as well. So bishop g1, and now castles, because now there's none of that sacrifice stuff on g5. King to b1, getting your king away from the sensitive diagonal. It's always a danger to keep your king there. And now let's say a6. And this is the sort of the start of the middle game in the backer defense. White has 6 pawns, black still has an extra pawn. I would say that white's king is safer. I would say that the pieces are equally active, but white has a broad center, and sometimes white can hope for sacrifices involving one of these 2 pawns, and I would generally rather have white because I think it's easier to create an attack, and it's not really clear what black does. How does black progress here? Where is the light squared bishop going? I mean, the only sensible square you have is e6, but then here, and okay, you're giving up the e5 square, but I still prefer white. Okay, yeah, sorry if I've moved the board, if you haven't seen the whole board throughout the video, it happens sometimes. So what we've been going over after knight to f3, the backer defense. the Bonch-Osmolovsky variation, and bishop to e7, the Cunningham defense. As I said, sidelines and defenses which aren't as popular as the main lines. G5 is the most popular defense for a reason. D6 is what I would say is the best option for black, and the modern defense we went over already. So quite a lot of options for black in the King's Gambit accepted. One of these three could be a dangerous weapon to have in your repertoire, because as I said, most players who play the King's Gambit aren't going to be as well prepared against these, so consider them. Thanks very much for watching. Let me know what you think, and stay tuned for more chess. See you later. Bye bye. Hello everyone, Stepan here. I'll continue the series on the King's Gambit with the Bishop's Gambit, which is the main alternative to knight to f3 on move 3 for white. And we've already been through knight to f3 and the main defenses for black. We've been through g5, which leads to Kizaritsky Gambit most often. We've been through Fischer's defense, the modern defense, and all the other strange defenses after knight to f3. And now let's go over bishop to c4. And after e5, e4, e5, f4, the King's Gambit accepted. Knight to f3 is the main move. Bishop to c4, the Bishop's Gambit, is the second most common move and arguably a better option for white. Bobby Fischer himself employed this opening against the accepted King's Gambit, and he conceived his Fischer defense with d6 after knight to f3 as a bust to the King's Gambit. I have covered the opening. So Bobby Fischer thought that after knight to f3 on move 3, the move d6 wins for black by force, and he himself played bishop to c4, and he believed that this was good for white. Now, at start, I would just like to say that, as in any King's Gambit position, black is slightly better according to the engines and according to theory, because he is a pawn up and white's king is unsafe. But the bishop c4 line, as in the knight f3 line, could often lead to problems for black and a very aggressive position for white. And what white is doing basically with the King's Gambit after e5, the move f4 removes the central pawn from black's position. So the main idea behind f4 is to remove the e5 pawn, and if black declines, which we are going to cover in the next videos, that's a whole different story. But if black accepts with e takes f4, you can now see that white is almost always going to be able to create a strong pawn center with pawns on e4 and d4, which is going to give him control over the key central squares in the position. On the other hand, black has an extra pawn. So bishop to c4, a very aggressive response to the King's Gambit accepted. Now, one thing that should be noted is that even in the knight to f3 lines, the main lines of the King's Gambit accepted, the bishop will often want to go to c4 anyway. So this is one thing which you should keep in mind, that the positions could sometimes transpose. Now, what are the downsides for white? Firstly, black has at his disposal this annoying queen to h4 check, and many club players steer away from the move bishop to c4 precisely because of this, because it does seem scary that that you will allow queen to h4, placing your king on f1. When you play the move knight to f3, then of course queen to h4 isn't possible. But even in some positions after knight to f3, queen to h4 comes, so you don't really safeguard your position from that. Secondly, the move queen to h4 isn't really such a big threat, and we are going to cover that in detail. The second thing which is good for white is that, for black, is that black can often play the move d5 with tempo on the bishop, and this is why some players don't play bishop to c4, because the move d5 is then far scarier than in this position after knight to f3. The modern defense is d5, I have covered that. So in the lines with bishop to c4, d5 does two things: opens up the dark squared bishop, the light squared bishop for black, and attacks the light squared bishop on c4. On the other hand, the benefits for white are that the most natural defense of the extra f4 pawn, the move g5, doesn't come with tempo on the knight, which is once placed on f3. G5 comes with the threat of g4, misplacing the knight, which leads to the Kizaritsky Gambit and some other positions, and most often the knight is going to go to e5, and you can watch the video on that. So bishop to c4 is a fairly logical move. It has its upsides, it has its downsides, but as I said, if you should trust probably the best player who ever lived, Bobby Fischer, then bishop to c4 is much better than knight to f3. Black has four main responses. The main line is knight to f6, and I'm not sure why knight to f6 is the main line, because I think white does have a favorable position in these lines, and I think that white could easily achieve equality and probably even be better. So knight to f6, the main move, putting pressure on the e4 pawn. White's most natural response is to defend, knight to c3, and now the continuation, which is played almost all the time, of course black could play something different, is to play c6 to prepare the move d5 and open up the center and challenge the e4 pawn. So bishop to b3 in anticipation of the move d5, and now d5, e d5, c takes d5. And what black has achieved here, black has basically deprived white of his main idea in the king's gambit. White is never going to have a strong center because he no longer has the e4 pawn, and black, of course, still has the extra pawn. Black has 7 pawns, white has 6, and black is slightly better. But as I said, white is perfectly fine, and white is almost equal. After bishop to c4, knight to f6, of course, queen to h4 isn't possible, so that's another thing that should be emphasized. So knight c3 defending the pawn, c6, bishop b3, d5, e d5, c d5, and now white's only logical move to stop d4 from black is to play d4 himself. Now if you look at this position, I'm not sure who would be unhappy with the white pieces. You have a lead in development, you have 2 pieces developed, black has only 1. You're putting pressure on both of black's weaknesses. The f4 pawn is attacked and unprotected, and you can easily attack it once more with a move such as queen to f3 or queen to d2. The d5 pawn, which is the main weakness in black's position, is attacked twice and defended twice for now, but a move such as queen to f3 would attack both the weaknesses. Okay, so black has an extra pawn, black is down in development, and black has 2 weaknesses which white could easily target. Black here continues with bishop to d6, defending his weakness on f4, knight g to e2. Now, knight f3 can be played, and it's a perfectly sound move. In both cases, black could opt for the pin on g4, so it doesn't really matter when it comes to the pin. So knight g to e2 is a more logical move and played more often because it does put pressure on the f4 pawn, which can come in handy, and you do want to get your pawn back. Both sides castle, now bishop to g4, pinning the knight, and here white can already take. Bishop takes f4, bishop takes f4, rook takes f4, black plays rook to e8, putting pressure on the knight, queen gets out of the pin, queen to d3. And now if you analyze this position, the material situation is equal, and black has given back the extra pawn. White has all of his pieces developed. Black still has 2 pieces to develop, 3 in fact, the queen is still on the back row. And if you analyze this position objectively, according to normal chess rules, white should be better, and white is better. If I turned on the engine now, it's plus 0.5 for white, so not a huge advantage, plus 0.7 now. Not a huge advantage, but slightly better for white. Now, consider all the aspects of the position. White has finished his development. The rooks are connected. The other rook is coming to f1, putting pressure along the f-file. Compare the pieces. This knight is definitely worse than this knight. This knight is better than this knight. Okay, so that's one thing. This bishop is actually perfect on this diagonal because it puts pressure on 2 weaknesses in black's position, and the queens are equal, let's say. So another thing that you should consider here is that white has a perfect pawn structure. White has a 4 to 3 on the queen side and an easy target to exploit black's isolated queen's pawn. So black even has a positional deficit here, a ruined pawn structure with an isolated pawn. So I'm not sure why this is the main line for black. I've been trying to figure this out, and I think these positions are just fine for white. And if white knows them, if white plays well, bishop to c4, knight to f6 could lead to favorable positions for white. So I would advise you to just follow simple rules. If your opponent plays knight to f6, just play knight to c3 defending. After c6, which is going to be played almost always, it is the best plan. Bishop b3, d5, e d5, c d5, play d4, fix the weakness, the isolated pawn, and you can round up this pawn easily later on. If black defends, knight g to e2. Don't play knight to f3, because then after you castle, neither your rook on f1 nor your bishop nor your knight on e2 are going to be putting pressure on the f4 pawn, so it's going to be harder to round it up. And after castles, yeah, I should mention that the move g5 here is very weakening, and the black king is actually less safe than the white king, so that really shouldn't be played. Another thing is that after castles, white should really not take the d5 pawn. It's far too scary here because the bishop has a discovered check and you could be in a lot of trouble. I'm not saying that it's losing, but in a position like this, white can come back, but it's still too scary. Your king is in the center, and black can even consider moves such as f3 or bishop to g4, rook to e8, just putting pressure on your whole position, and the pawn is going to be easily rounded up later on anyway. So that's what I wanted to say about the main line. After bishop to c4, knight f6 is the main line. I think it's not the most precise way to play, but grandmasters seem to prefer it, so you should probably listen to them. Okay, let's go on. The second move, the second most popular move, is the move d5. As I said, this move does immediately challenge the c4 bishop, so the bishop has to react, and this move is of course a pawn sacrifice. Black gives back the pawn immediately, but black has some activity. Now, taking with the bishop is more precise. Taking with the pawn isn't wrong, but you want to take with the bishop. It's better. So now let's calculate. Let's see the first variation. E takes d5, the sideline. Queen to h4 check, the most logical continuation, forcing the king to f1, and this is basically what white fears in some positions, that the queen is going to come to h4, but the king is fine on f1. It's not much worse than on e1 in this position. Bishop d6, defending the f4 pawn in advance. Knight c3. I'm sorry, whoever is challenging me, I have to decline. Sorry about that. Knight to e7. Knight to e4, putting pressure on the bishop, castles, and now d3. Taking the bishop sort of leaves you behind in development. You can take it afterwards, and you want to open up your dark square bishop first. Knight to f5. Black is centralizing perfectly, and black is slightly better here, but as I said, the material situation is perfectly equal. Both sides have 7 pawns. The black king is safer, but white has play in the position. Let's say queen to f3, which is the best move. Rook to e8, queen to f2, challenging the queen, queen g4, and now after knight e2, knight e3 check, bishop takes, f takes, queen takes. I would prefer to have white. I don't know about you, but the main line in this Bledov variation leads to white being a pawn up. And I think white is great here. White is going to keep his king either on f1 or on g1, but that doesn't matter. The a rook is coming to f1, and black's position isn't really that much better, even considering the attacking prospects, because the whole queen side is still to be developed, and it's going to take some time to bring this knight into the game, and especially to bring this rook into the game. So I really would prefer to have white in this position. Just note that the move f5 doesn't work. If f5 here, then knight f6 wins on the spot. I hope you could spot the tactic. So after the move queen takes c3, black usually continues with knight to d7, simply developing. And the engines will tell you that black has a slight edge here, but if you know how to play a pawn up, then it could actually be easily utilized and converted if played properly. So here, of course, you can't take the bishop yet, but you can continue with a move such as queen to f3 and just try to exchange some pieces. Any endgame is better for your pawn up, even though it's a double d pawn. So this position after bishop to c4, d5 also isn't ideal. I think that the most principled way to play the king's gambit for black is to hold on to the f4 pawn as long as possible, and in the bishop to c4 line, this is the only variation where black gives it up immediately. In fact, he trades his d pawn for the e pawn, and I really don't think this is the best way to play. Now, if you study this variation perfectly, of course you are going to catch white on the wrong foot, and you are going to be able to exploit mistakes, because very few players with white pieces are going to know this variation perfectly. But still, I think it's not the best way to play. Now, one other variation is knight to e7, the Steinitz defense. I'm going to go over queen to h4 check last, because I think this is the best way to play for black. And knight to e7 really isn't that challenging. White just continues with knight c3, knight g6, knight f3. The point of knight to e7 is to play knight to g6, defending the f4 pawn. So knight g6, knight to f3, preventing any queen h4 checks, bishop e7 trying to develop, castles, d4. A perfectly playable position for white, absolutely no problems. The strong pawn center and the lead in development more than compensates for the lost pawn, the extra pawn on f4, and The engines think that the position is completely equal, so the center compensates for the loss of a pawn. But I think from a human perspective, this position is easier to play for white because you have far more ideas in the position than black does. And what does black do? Is if black is going to spend his thinking trying to how to protect the f4 pawn, then that's not really an attacking game. And I think that this just doesn't challenge white enough. So all respect to Wilhelm Steinitz, his defense to the King's Gambit, I really don't like. c6 is the main continuation, bishop to b3 in anticipation of the move d5, a5 now, chasing the bishop away even further, or forcing white to play a4, d6 now, this is the main move, not d5, knight to e2, putting pressure on f4, bishop to e6, challenging the bishop, c3, defending the bishop with the queen, queen b6, now the bishop retreats, and now we are sort of in a Roy Lopez / Joe Copiano position for white, where white has a normal plan of attacking along the f-file, and on the king side in general, he has a strong bishop on c2. He can in some positions go for the move e5, and instead of having goal to enter the f5 square, now the goal is to round up the f4 pawn, which really isn't hard here. Black continues with bishop c4, bishop d3 challenging the bishop, takes, knight to d7, and now you can take, knight takes f4. Of course, if black exchanges, then there's no problems for white. This pawn shouldn't really be taken because then black is going to lose the b7 pawn. So if knight takes, bishop takes, queen takes b2, rook to b1, and white gets his pawn back with advantage. So rook a to e8, knight takes g6, f takes g6. Let's say this is the starting position and white is fine. White is better. White has a better pawn structure. White has more space, white has a better knight, white has an equal bishop at least, and white has a slightly worse a1 rook, but that's about to change with a move such as bishop to d2 or bishop to f4 or even bishop to g5, trying to exchange the bishop. So yeah, I think that the move knight to e7 really isn't challenging, and that there's basically no way to get a favorable position against a King's Gambit player that knows what he is doing. So after knight to e7, white has an easy game, a lead in development and a clear plan to round up the f4 pawn and then go on from there with a slightly Roy Lopez-ish position. Knight g6, yeah, no problems at all after d4. I just love this position for white. Okay, and now what I think the trickiest continuation for black is the move queen to h4 check, which is basically the most natural way to exploit the difference between bishop to c4 and knight to f3. Knight to f3 stops queen to h4 and bishop to c4 doesn't, so why not play it? There's a great game between Fischer and Larry Evans in this variation. I would advise you to look at that game. Fischer won. King to f1 the only move, d6 the only move for black, and now white has several options. White can either play knight to f3, white can also play d4 or knight to c3. c3 is the most seldom played move, and knight to c3, I'm sorry, is the most seldom played move, and this was in fact Bobby Fischer's choice. And I think this is a fine variation, even though it's not the main line or the engines don't think it's best. The engines prefer the move d4. So let's go over d4 first. Bishop to e6, trying to exchange the bishops, and white has to oblige basically. And now what this move does, it sort of takes out the sting from white's attack, because this is the only attacking piece and you have given up a pawn for a reason, for activity and for a broad center. So if black manages to exchange it, then white's attack is not nearly as powerful as before. And white doesn't have anything better but to take. Retreating the bishop to d3 would just mean that you gave black an active piece with a loss of tempo. So bishop e6, fe6, at least opening up the diagonal to the king. Knight c3, knight d7, knight f3, queen f6, queen to d2. White can, white doesn't have to play queen to d2, but I think this is a very good move because you put pressure on f4 immediately, and it's not really clear how to defend that. Castles is a move, but I don't think it's as precise. I really, I don't like this move. After queen to d2, I would most likely develop my knight with black and try to get my knight to g6, just giving up the f4 pawn. But let's say black defends with g5, then the idea is knight to b5, and you really don't have time to do this with black. g5 will put you under a lot of pressure. Now you have to play king to d8. This is the only move. If you castle, then knight takes here, we check and coming back, so it doesn't work. So after king to d8, you ruined your castling rights, and after queen to c3, you now have to defend, and rook to c8 is the best move, and now knight takes, rook a8, knight b5, c6, you just gave back the pawn, your king is unsafe, and the position is really weird. So black doesn't have time for g5 after queen to d2, so the pawn basically can't be defended. Castles probably objectively is the best move, but I don't like it. I would most likely develop my king side, as I said. Knight to h6 is also a move, but let's say black castles. Here I think white can just take the f4 pawn safely and have an okay position. Let's say this happens. I really don't think white has any problems. The fact that the king is on f1 is completely irrelevant in this line, and the king is perfectly safe. Black is 10 moves away from attacking it. White has more space. White has a lead in development in the great position. So the move d4, the move d4 is fine. I don't really have any downsides to this move. The engines may be correct, but I still prefer the move knight to c3. Let's go over that now. After d6, which is going to be played in every game, the move knight to c3. Now, you might think, what about bishop to g4? It could be played in some positions, but then just knight to f3, gaining a tempo on the queen, because the queen has to move. Okay, let's go over that. After this, if the queen doesn't move, let's say black plays something irrelevant like this, then this position, of course, loses a piece for black. So it's a move, but black should be careful, and it's still a tempo on the queen. So after knight to c3, black most commonly continues with knight to f6. Now we're following the game Fischer-Evans, and I'm not going to go into the whole game, but this is basically the setup that Bobby Fischer thought was best against the King's Gambit accepted, and I think he should have a say in any chess opening and in the King's Gambit as well. Knight f3 gaining a tempo on the queen. Now queen to h6 is the best move, keeping the defense of the f4 pawn. d4, attacking f4, opening up the broad center. Now once again the common theme of the bishop to c4 line happens. With bishop to c4 you have stopped the ideas of g5, g4, we said that, because they are not as strong. And if you noticed, in almost any variation, with almost every black response, white has this setup, and I think this is wonderful. This is basically chess basics, and this is what they teach you when you start playing chess. Develop your pieces, take the center. Now, if you have to do that at the cost of black having the extra f4 pawn, I think it's perfectly fine, and I think it's worth the sacrifice if you can get this perfect position for your knights and your pawns and your other bishop attacking the weakness. So I think this is fine. Bishop e7 for black, queen to d2, attacking f4. g5 is now the main move, but h4, trying to weaken the defenses. Bishop e6, d5, chasing the bishop away. Bishop to g4, and now knight takes g5. And the engines will once again tell you that black is better, but I prefer white. Knight to h5 is the main move. King to g1, trying to get away from this check. Bishop g5, hg5, queen g5, and now the main move is knight to e2. You don't want to take here immediately, because of course the knight is defending. After knight to e2, you're bringing another attacker into the game. Bishop takes e2, bishop takes e2, and now we are putting pressure on the knight. Too much pressure, so after a move such as knight to g3, white should be fine, moves the rook and wins the f4 pawn. The engines think this is slightly better for black once again, but I can't find the flaw in white's position. The attack isn't as strong for black. So this would be Fischer's line with knight to c3, which I prefer. Now the main line after d6 is knight to f3, chasing the queen away immediately. And it's a fine line, but as I said, knight to c3 is, in my opinion, more precise. Here black has 3 queen moves to consider. The main move is queen to h5. Queen to f6 is objectively the best move, and according to the engines, and queen to h6 is another sideline. After queen h6, d4, opening up the center. After queen f6, d4 as well, and after queen h5, d4 as well. So white doesn't have too many problems here. He has to remember that wherever the queen moves, he is playing d4 next. Bishop e6 in this line, queen to d3. Bishop e7, bishop takes e6, f takes e6, knight to c3. Once again, you see this strong setup with the central pawn and with the pawns and with the knights on c3 and f3. The ideal chess setup. Knight d7, knight b5, putting pressure on the c7 pawn. Once again, king to d8, if castles, knight a7 check, h4, and you continue from here. Now this position is risky for white, and if white allows... If white allows the move g5, then white is going to be in trouble. This expansion could cost white the game. So you have to remember in these lines that you need to play the move h4 to stop g5. After queen to f6, if the queen moves to f6, once again d4, bishop e6, queen d3, those moves are the same. Here, the best idea for black is knight to d7, knight to c3 once again, and you can see the common theme. So remember that in bishop c4 lines, in the bishop's gambit, this is your ideal setup, and it's probably correct to go for this. You can't really go wrong. Castles, h4, once again stopping g5, knight to e7, and black continues to develop. White has no problems. Now the main line, after d6, knight to f3, the queen usually goes to h5, and now we once again continue with d4. And now in this position with queen to h5, white's only fear should be the move g5, and black's best move is the move g5. So now immediately threatening to chase the knight away and gain space on the king side. White continues with knight to c3, once again going for his ideal setup. Black doesn't push through with g4, but continues with knight e7, opening up some of his pieces, planning to put the bishop on g7 on this stroke diagonal h4, and the difference is that now once the queen has been placed on h5 and not on h6, is that black can now play the move h6, defending his weakness. And of course white can't take here because the rook is hanging. Now e5 is the best move, and bishop to g7, and I'm not sure whether white has that much here. This is probably the worst position, in my opinion, for white after the move queen to h4 check, and that's why queen h5 is the main line for a reason. And I think that this strong pawn chain, with which black basically says you're not going to take my f4 pawn, and whatever white does, the f4 pawn is going to be defended, this is sort of favorable for black, and this is the only position in which I agree that black stands better. So this is what you should fear, and always when you're studying an opening, you should prepare for the worst option and prepare that your opponent knows the main lines. So to conclude, e4, e5, f4 accepted, bishop c4, the bishop's gambit, queen h4 I think is the scariest move for white to face. So if you play e5, this is the line I would advise you to learn. King f1, d6 has to be played, knight to f3, the main move. And now queen to h5, the main line which allows you to play the move h6 and to create this solid kingside pawn chain. d4, g5, knight c3, knight e7, h4, h6. This is the key move. You now have a strong pawn chain. You're going to put your bishop on g7. You're going to castle kingside, and white is going to have a rough time rounding up your weaknesses because you have none. And even though black isn't going for any scary attacks or anything, black just has an extra pawn. So yeah, white will have to deal with that and play the position a pawn down. So this might be the only position where the -1 evaluation by the engines is actually correct, because it's a true extra pawn. Thanks very much for watching. I hope you got something from this video on the bishop's gambit. So we've been through the best alternative to knight to f3 on move 3. And to continue, I'm going to be covering the king's gambit declined positions in the next 2 videos. Thanks for watching. I hope you liked it. Let me know what you think, please, and stay tuned for more chess. See you later. Bye-bye. Hi everyone, Stepan here. In this video I'm going to go over the most popular way to decline the king's gambit and not take the f4 pawn, and that's the classical variation or the classical defense for black. Now, as you can see on the board, this defense is signified by the move bishop to c5. So after the opening moves e4, e5, f4, the king's gambit, we've already been over all the accepted variations with pawn takes f4. And if black wants to avoid the sharpest mainline king's gambit, then the best way to do it is to decline the gambit, and he can either play the classical variation with bishop to c5 or the Falkbeer counter gambit, which we've already been over with the move pawn to d5. Now, arguably, both of these defenses are inferior to accepting the gambit, because there's really no justification for f4, and the move is basically bad, and the engines condemn it as a bad move, and black should be better in any variation where he accepts the pawn. And on the other hand, the declined variations somehow always seem to favor white. I've had conversations with several stronger players, and I've asked them what they play against the King's Gambit. Several of them, and in fact the vast majority, have said that they prefer the move bishop to c5, and I guess it's because they don't want to go into too many complications on the king side, and white can get a strong attack. But still, if white plays this well, then bishop to c5 is basically equal or slightly better for white. Now the point behind the move, bishop to c5 is an obvious developing move, and I think this would be one of your first choices if you had no idea about the theory in the King's Gambit, because it visually puts the bishop on the strongest square. c5 is the best square for the bishop, and it also attacks the weak diagonal for white. Now with the move f2, f4, white has weakened the a7, g1 diagonal, and black is immediately exploiting that, putting pressure on the main weakness in white's position, the f2 square and white's king. Now in the accepted variations of the King's Gambit, black does that by playing queen to h4 check, looking at the same square but from another diagonal, and this way the bishop is also staring at the f2 square and putting a lot of pressure. And the main idea behind the move bishop to c5 is that black wants to prevent white from castling. And even though this bishop might look very strong, and even though white obviously can't castle until the bishop is either blocked or exchanged, I don't think that black can achieve that very often, and I think that white is fine. Now white has a basic plan against this defense, and that's to play c3, d4, and this is the only thing you have to remember. If you can manage to block out this bishop, then your position will be fine. In some positions you can also play knight to c3 and then follow a different plan, but c3, d4 is the most principled way of stopping black's main idea in the opening. So just remember that you need to sort of play similar to the gioco piano. If you imagined the white bishop being on c4 and let's say the knights developed as well, what white has in the gioco piano is that he can often, with the moves c3 and d4, block out the black's bishop on c5, while his bishop remains very active either on b3, on c4 or on c2. So you have a great advantage over black in this opening, because you can often make your bishop far superior to black's bishop. Your bishop is going to go to c4 most often, but in conjunction with the moves c3, d4, the black bishop is going to be either exchanged off or inferior or on b6 or on a7. So to continue, the variation is quite simple and forcing. I'm sorry, I have to decline whoever is challenging me. So after bishop to c5, white continues with knight to f3, and this move is played because you want to prevent black from changing his mind. Now in this position, if black ever takes, let's say he takes here, you can simply play d4 and have a broad center and a much better position. This would never happen out of an accepted King's Gambit, so this is basically an inferior King's Gambit accepted for black. So after you play knight to f3, black can no longer take on f4. So black continues with d6, a normal developing move, safeguarding his pawn here. White shouldn't really take, even though it might look visually like an idea, but you are going to get under too much pressure, because the queen can get to e7, the knight can get to c6, the bishop can attack as well, so you can be under a lot of pressure there. So just continue in one of the two ways. One way to continue is pawn to c3, as I already said, with a clear idea of playing d4, and the other way from this position is to play knight to c3, and knight to c3 is different, but you follow sort of the three knights defense idea from the Italian, that you're going to play bishop to c4 and have all of your pieces on their most natural squares. You are going to play either d3 or d4, most often d3, because black isn't going to allow d4, and after d3 you have normal development, your f4 pawn is defended, and you play from there on. So let's go over c3 first. I think this is the critical variation. After c3, black has, well, one normal move, and that's knight to f6. Once again, if he ever takes on f4, then d4 is just winning for white. This center is too much and this bishop is too weak, so black is basically going to be playing a piece down, and after bishop b6 you can recapture your pawn immediately anyway. So e takes f4 is never a move. After c3, one move that has been played, a sideline, is bishop to b6, but I think that knight to f6 is more precise. After bishop to b6, anticipating the move d4, white just plays d4 anyway. So now e d4, c d4, knight c6, putting pressure on the d4 pawn, knight to c3, and f5. This is the main move for black. f5 is basically trying to do the same thing that white is trying to do with the king's gambit, provoke the other side to weaken their center. Now, white obviously has to react here. Allowing black to capture would be a bad idea, so d5. And here, black continues with f takes e4, and this is a very, a very sharp line. Taking on c6 isn't that good, even though you can recapture on f3 with your queen. The best move is knight to g5, because your knight is defended here. Now knight to d4 by black, bishop to e3, and I'm not going to go too far into this variation. It's a very forcing line and a very tactical line, so I wouldn't want to cover it in detail in the openings video, because I don't think it's going to happen too often. But just remember that after c3, black doesn't have to play his best move, knight to f6. Black can also play bishop to b6, and now you have time after d4 to use the fact that black is underdeveloped, let's say, because bishop to b6 doesn't do anything. Knight to f6 attacks the center. So now after d4, e4, cd4, knight to c6, knight to c3. If black plays f5, which is the most common move, then you have to remember the move d5. And if black moves the knight, you just have a better center. You can push through with the move e5 and just have a far superior position, in my opinion. And if black plays knight to e7, then you have to be careful, so do something else. But this is a crucial position which you should study on your own. It's highly unlikely for that to happen, but still you have to know it. What you're going to get most often after knight to f3, d6, c3 is the move knight to f6, because it is the most natural move, and it challenges the center, prepares to castle, and makes much more sense than anything else. So here white continues with d4 anyway, chasing the bishop away. E takes d4, c takes d4, bishop to b6. And one sideline I would like to mention after knight to f6, which might be worth considering, but I don't really like it. The engines think is the best move, but I think d4 is much more principled, and the sideline is f takes e5, and after d takes e5 to play knight takes e5. And yeah, this is sort of strange, because now black castles, you play d4, and now black doesn't have to move the bishop. This is the problem for white, and I think that it's very tough to play this variation with f takes e5, because this position now requires a lot of tactical ability from white, and it takes, you basically need to have nerves of steel here. Black doesn't have to move the bishop. Black's best move is knight takes e4, and you have to continue with queen to f3. If after knight takes c4 you take on c5, then queen takes d1, king takes d1, knight f2, obviously. So after knight takes c4 you need to continue with queen to f3, and now knight f6, dc5, take the bishop, but rook to e8, and black is winning. Bishop e2 would be the best move, rook takes e5 and castles, and this position is unbearable for white. So after f takes e5, d takes e5, knight takes e5, castles, d4, knight e4, I wouldn't recommend this position for anybody, because even though it's equal, it's very hard to play, and you are going to have to find the only moves throughout the variation. A much simpler way to play after c3, knight f6 is to just play the most natural move, d4. Don't take on e5. It might be the best move according to the engines, but that's really tough to justify. d4, e takes d4, the best way to continue for black. C takes d4, and now bishop to b6, knight to c3. And as you can see, white has the ideal setup, the ideal chess setup. He has a broad center, perfect knights, and he is about to develop his bishops. You know that the rule in classical chess is to develop your knights before you develop your bishops, which black is breaking, and the rule is to have a broad center, which black is breaking. Black isn't even challenging the center apart from with his minor pieces, so this position is just better for white, if you think theoretically. Now there is a sharper move after bishop to b6, which once again, I would advise you to simply play knight to c3, the most natural move, but after bishop b6 you can also play e5, once again the best move according to the engines and the sharpest move. D takes e5, f takes e5, castles, e takes f6, but now this isn't really a piece sacrifice, because after e takes f6, bishop g4 comes, bishop to b5, c6, fg7, Rook to e8 check, it's very sharp. White is supposed to be better, but don't get into these lines. And after e5, d5, fe5, black doesn't even have to sacrifice the knight. Black can simply play knight to d5. And white has a broad center, but you could argue whether this center is a strength or reliability, because it's really easy to attack the d4 pawn. You can imagine moves such as c5 crashing through the center if black castles moves such as f6, and white's center could perish in a matter of moves. So I think that after bishop to b6, playing the move e5 is very risky because you are still undeveloped. If you had time to play this after bishop e2 and castles, or bishop c4 castles, then it would be the best move. But here in this position with your king still on e1, I think it's too risky. So after bishop e6, knight to c3, create your perfect chess setup. And this is like from a textbook. Black castles, and now you can play e5, because now black's position is well, different. It's less sharp, and you have your knight to defend the center. So now e5, d5, fe5, knight d5. Black can no longer sacrifice the material because the knight is covering the central squares, and most importantly defending the e2 square where the bishop would get to. So now bishop to g5. This is the best move, challenging the queen. Knight c3, bc3, queen d5, bishop d3. Perfect chess position. This is, I can't say winning for white, but any grandmaster would win this position. The engines give it as +1.5, and this is the main line, one of the main lines of the classical variation in the King's Gambit decline. So I really believe that this opening is just not good enough for black. If this is the main line for white, and if white manages to achieve this piece activity and such a good center, then something went terribly wrong. If you count the development, white is, well, the development is actually equal, because black is going to develop his bishop now, so black will only have one more piece to develop, and white also. White will have to castle, so the development is equal, but visually it seems that white is much more active, and the emphasis should be put on the bad b6 bishop, which is the common theme in this opening, even though after the opening move c4, e5, f4, bishop c5, the bishop gets out and pretends to be the most active piece on the board. Very easily after the moves c3, knight f6, d4, this bishop becomes a half-dead piece, and I really wouldn't advise players with black to play this. Just take the pawn, accept the gambit. The second variation I wanted to go over is after e4, e5, f4, bishop c5, knight f3, d6, not to play c3 and d4, which I think is the best way. The second variation and the sideline would be knight to c3. The moves are almost equally popular on the highest level, and the grandmasters play them both. They have different ideas, and the move knight to c3 is going for sharper play, less positional, and sharper attacking play. So now knight to f6 once again. Once again, ef4 doesn't work because of d4 and bishop b6, bishop f4, winning for white. So after knight to c3, the pawn can't be taken. Knight to f6, bishop to c4, getting your bishop out. And now we can already see that if white gets in the move d4, and he sometimes is, because after, let's say, black castles here, which would be a mistake, d4, and here white would have two strong pawns, one on the f4 square, one on the e4 square, and I think much better attacking prospects, because whichever one of these pawns he pushes, black's position is going to be cramped, and white is going to have far more space in the attack. So that's why after bishop to c4, black normally challenges the d4 square once more, knight to c6, and now d4 becomes impossible. White plays d3 and defends his pawn, defends his f4 pawn. Bishop to g4, the main move. There are some other moves, but bishop to g4 is the main move, and now white normally continues with the move knight to a4, challenging the bishop. And, well, instead of bishop to g4, black's second most popular move is the move a6, to make sure that after knight to a4 he can tuck his bishop away. So that's basically the point behind a6. So if black doesn't play a6, if he plays bishop to g4, your task is very simple: knight a4, bishop b6, knight takes b6, a b6 castles, and here white has no problems, obviously. Once again, sorry for declining your challenges. So this position is fine, but after d3, pawn to a6, this can also be punished, and not very directly, but I think there's a very good move in this position to exploit the slow play by black. And now you can make the move bishop to g4 impossible with the move pawn to f5. And even though it might seem anti-positional and as if you're going to have a rough time breaking through on the king side, this move actually blunts this bishop significantly, and it's not really clear what the bishop is doing on these two squares. On the other hand, if black ever plays b6 and bishop b7, then this diagonal is blocked as well. A5 and b6 and bishop to a6 would be too slow because white can still play bishop to b3 anyway, and I think the move f5 dampens this bishop so much that it becomes really hard to play for black. And the continuation would be knight to a5, because now black gets to challenge the bishop, okay? And you can simply ignore that. You don't really have to play bishop b3 to recapture with the a-pawn. You can play bishop to g5 more actively, knight c4, dc4, and now bishop to b4. Here the main move is castles, allowing black to triple your pawns. I would still allow you to play a move such as queen to d3 and try to prevent that. But yeah, once again, a perfectly fine position for white. The only problem would be this overextended backwards e4 pawn, which is going to become a target in some positions, like after b6, bishop b7. So we have to be careful, but still a playable position. And this is basically what happens if black plays the best moves against the knight to c3 line, and the engines will tell you that it's perfectly equal. And that's why I would recommend the players, sorry for declining, the players with white to continue with the move c3. So e4, e5, f4, bishop c5, knight to f3, d6. These are the normal moves that are going to happen every game. And now you play c3. And there's nothing black can do about you extending in the center and killing off his bishop. So I think that white really shouldn't have any problems here. Okay, I hope you got something from this video on the classical variation in the King's Gambit declined. I hope you liked the video. I hope you got to learn something, and especially if you play the King's Gambit with the white pieces, that now you have an idea of how to punish the slow play that is the classical defense. Thanks very much for watching, and stay tuned for more chess. See you later. Bye-bye. Hello everyone, Stepan here. I'll continue the series on the King's Gambit with the modern defense. We are still doing King's Gambit accepted. And the modern defense is the third most popular response to the King's Knight Gambit in the King's Gambit accepted. And I would say that it's far less dangerous for white than the Fischer defense, which we went over already, and the main move, which is g5. So in this position, in the King's Gambit, black accepts the gambit, e takes f4, and now white has two different moves. One of them is knight to f3, which the modern defense develops from, and the other one is bishop to c4, which we are going to go over in a separate video. But after e4, knight to f3, the main move is g5, the Fischer defense is d6, we went over that already, and the modern defense is the move d5. This move basically has in mind that black is willing to give back his extra pawn for compensation, or for, to gain even more compensation and to gain more central activity. So black is content to have equal material in many variations. And while the idea is sound, I think that g5 or d6 are far better options, and this shouldn't be a scary variation for the King's Gambit player to face. However, if you're not careful with the white pieces and you play the King's Gambit and you only prepare for the two main options, d6 or g5, then this could cost you dearly, because the modern defense could be quite tricky and dangerous for white. Now here, let's just get one thing out of the way. The move e5 isn't a good move. That should never be played, because now black switches plans to g5 and basically has a more favorable main line of the King's Gambit. So g5, d4 now if you want to defend, and now simply g4. And if I turn on the engine, this is just winning. This is -2, so bishop takes f4, gf3. You're basically forced to give up a piece. This is the best variation. If you don't play d4, then this is a permanent weakness. If after g4 you move your knight, then f3 is coming, so you can't play e5. So after d5, the only good move and the only move ever played is e takes d5. Now in live book, there have been a lot of high-rated games. For example, Magnus Carlsen faced this position twice, once against Wang Yue in 2010 and once against Levon Aronian in 2015. You should check out that game. It ended in a draw. So it's a position, the modern defense is definitely a position that can be played on the highest level as well. After e takes d5, black has only one move, putting pressure on the d5 pawn, so knight to f6. And this is, if you count the material, white has regained his pawn, of course. Both sides now have 7 pawns, and d5, the modern defense, gives the pawn back immediately. After e takes d5, taking with the queen is sort of provoking knight to c3, so I wouldn't recommend this move. This isn't such a good move for black. So after e takes d5, the main move is knight to f6, similar to some positions in the Tarrasch French for white, where you don't go for your d4 pawn immediately, you don't go for taking the pawn immediately, you wait, you build up the pressure. So knight to f6, and here the position branches out. This is where white gets to decide what he is doing against the modern defense, and as I said, the modern defense isn't the trickiest line for white to face, and I think that once you see d5 on the board, you can be happy with the white pieces. You do, however, have to know a lot of variations. The good news for the player with the white pieces is that he gets to choose the variation. This is what you are going to see in every single game. If this doesn't happen, then either your opponent has prepared the trick so good that you're probably going to lose, or he doesn't know any theory and you're going to win easily. So the good news for the player with the white pieces is that he gets to choose how the position will develop from here on. The bad news for the player with the black pieces is that he gets to choose to play the modern defense, but he doesn't get to choose the variation. And that happens often. For example, if you play the French defense, after the two opening moves, then white can either choose the Tarrasch French, the exchange French, the advanced French, whatever. So you're basically giving white the option to choose. Now, there are 5 options. The main move is bishop to c4. This is the main move. The most popular sidelines are bishop to b5, c4, knight to c3, and bishop to e2. Bishop to e2 I find to be the most comfortable way to play for white. It's the least active way, though, and we are going to go over each one. Let's go over bishop to e2 first. This is, as I said, the least popular sideline, and it's only been played about 20 or 30 times in Grandmaster games, but still it's a very valuable weapon to have against the modern defense, and I think that most players who play d5 will not be prepared for this. Here, white refused to defend his pawn once again, so you got your opponent attacked your pawn twice and you simply ignored it. Most of the other moves, bishop to c4, knight to c3, c4 defend the pawn directly, and bishop to b5 defends it indirectly because black has to react. So bishop to e2 is the only move that simply gives the pawn back, and black has to take it. So knight takes d5, bishop to e2, knight takes d5, and now you can either castle immediately or play actively, and now you actually are sort of managing to turn the tables on black, and now you've given some material once again. Black tried to do that, so first you played the King's Gambit, then black played the modern defense, giving back the pawn. Now you gave the pawn back once again, and now you have the activity once again. So c4, chasing the knight away. Knight to f6. Black can also play knight to b6, but that's slightly less active. Knight to b4 has also been played. I don't think that's a good move, though, getting your knight back to c6. Knight to f6, and now d4, expanding in the center. Now, once again, the material, black is a pawn up. But now, bishop b4, check by black. You block that with knight to c3 and castles. This position is in fact better for white. You have a huge center. The extra f4 pawn could have been taken right away instead of castles, but castles is more precise. Even the engines agree that this position is better for white. So one of the rare cases that straight out of the opening in the King's Gambit accepted, white is slightly better. And I love this position for white. You do have hanging pawns here. Because you are most probably going to have to face some sort of an attack, and you're going to have to recapture with the b pawn on c4. So you might end up with 2 hanging pawns on the d and c4 squares, but that will be okay. And yeah, you have basically more active pieces and the clear target on f4. g5 is not easy to play now because your king is already castled. So bishop to e2 is a very dangerous move for black to face, and I would recommend you research that. So after knight to f3, d5, the modern defense, e takes d5, knight to f6, the move bishop to e2, which is rarely played but leads to favorable positions for white. Of course, black would play more actively and play riskier moves, and then you have to figure out what to do over the board. But it's highly likely that you will get a position such as this one, in which white basically has no problems and he's down an insignificant f4 pawn. Okay, after knight to f6, instead of bishop to e2, knight to c3 is the least popular sideline after that, simply defending your d pawn. And here the pawn was attacked twice, so you've defended it, but black gets to take it anyway. And you are, with the move knight to c3, you are provoking the queen into the center to be a tempo gain after d4, c4, and stuff like that. So here black captures, knight takes d5, knight takes d5, queen takes d5, you play d4, expanding, attacking the f4 pawn. Bishop to e7, black tries to castle, bishop to d3. Taking on f4 could have been played, but you should really castle first. In all of these positions in the modern defense, just don't rush with taking the f4 pawn. Black has to castle kingside anyway, and you can take this pawn at your own leisure later on. If you take the pawn and don't put your king to safety on the g1 square, then you might be in trouble. So just develop and castle. g5 here. Black can try to defend, but you castle anyway. g4. Here, you could try playing c4. That's definitely a playable move, which ends up in a piece sacrifice. It goes like this. So here, the best move is actually to play d5 here and give up your knight. But as I said, I think it's far too risky. So I would recommend after castles g4 to simply play knight to e1 and you're fine. Black is slightly better, but he has overextended on the king side and a strong attack is nowhere in sight. You have both bishops defending the key diagonals. You have a very active knight defending your king. Your rook is around, your queen is around, and there's really no easy way for black to checkmate you. Black can of course take here. Queen takes d4, but king to h1, queen to b6, because now we were threatening to take the queen. It was undefended with a check. And now, let's say bishop to c4. The engines prefer white here. The engines think that white is slightly better, plus 0.2, 0.3. I, however, would rather have black because it's simply 2 pawns up and, it's material up. However, the engines like white and they think that white's activity more than compensates for the 2 pawns. And I can understand that. So this is a perfectly playable position. Just remember this position. So knight c3, one response to the modern defense. Knight d5, knight d5, queen d5, d4 expanding, bishop e7, bishop d3, don't rush to take the f4 pawn, g5, if black tries to defend, that's okay, just castle, g4, c4 is playable if you want to give up a piece, remember that, but I would recommend the line knight to e1, and now queen takes d4, you don't care about that, just give the pawn. King h1, queen to b6. If black blunders, you will be super happy. Let's say black plays a stupid move, then this could be played, of course, and you can see that black is losing. But let's say he doesn't blunder, bishop to c4. You have a lot of activity and a perfectly playable position. So both moves, bishop to e2 and knight to c3, are perfectly playable, and in fact, with perfect play, lead to slightly better positions for white. Okay, after knight to f6, bishop to b5 and c4 are the 2 remaining sidelines I would like to cover, and then bishop c4, which is the main line. So let's go over c4 now. Defending your d5 pawn directly and saying to black, well, I sacrificed the pawn with the king's gambit, you gave it back, and, well, we're equal now. So you could argue who's better. The engines think the position is equal. Slightly better for black, but I would rather have black here. I think c4 is too weakening. You're making too many holes in the position, and I just don't like this. Too many weaknesses. Black continues with c6, d4. cd5. You can also, as black, choose to play bishop to b4 here, but it basically transposes. So cd5, bishop takes f4, bishop b4 check now, and now knight to c3 blocking, castles, bishop e2 preparing to castle. Once again, I really don't like this line with c4, even though it's the only move that directly defends the d5 pawn and the material is equal. Both sides have 6 pawns. I think black has a safer king, more active pieces and less weaknesses in the position. Let's say dc4 here, which is the main move. Bishop c4, knight c6. Castles. Well, you have an isolated d4 pawn. If you're comfortable playing with that, okay. Black doesn't really have such an easy way to blockade the pawn. However, knight e7, knight d5 might do the trick. So you might find yourself with an isolated pawn which will easily become a target. So from a human perspective, this is harder to play for white, and you can't really expect a position much better than this. Now, the engines think it's equal, but I prefer either knight c3 or bishop to e2 instead of c4. Okay, the second most popular move is bishop to b5 check, developing your piece with tempo and trying to castle as soon as possible. So definitely a sensible move. However, after the main reply c6, with which black is basically giving the pawn back permanently, so now we are going to have equal material definitely after dc6, knight c6. Both sides have 6 pawns and white in fact has a better pawn structure. This is a very sensible idea, and when I started analyzing the modern defense, I thought I would definitely go for bishop to b5, because if you don't play c6, then it's not really clear what black does after bishop to b5. In live book, after bishop to b5, c6 has been played almost 150 times, bishop to d7 has only been played 10 times, and white has won a majority of these games. So bishop to d7 isn't really such a good move. If bishop to d7, then you can either play bishop back to c4 or bishop takes d7. I think bishop to c4 is better. So yeah, the engines think that taking is a better move, but bishop to c4 is fine as well. Let's say you take here. I would guess you take with the knight and castles. You can see that white is fine here, and white has a safer position in this line, and white actually has a lead in development, and as black you really don't want that to happen in the King's Gambit. So bishop to b5, c6 the main move, giving back the pawn permanently. dc6, knight c6, white continues with d4, expanding in the center, threatening in some positions after knight c3 to play d5, bishop d6, castles, c4. The engines prefer black. I think white is perfectly fine, and I would actually love to have white in this position. Equal material, a weakness on f4, a perfect bishop on b5, which you can, in some positions, exchange for the c6 knight and create a weakness on c6. Central control with the c and the d pawns, a beautiful knight on f3, just a fine position. Black usually continues with a6, bishop c6, bc6, and c5. This is the main move, and although it's counterintuitive to create a weakness on d4, I can understand it because the bishop doesn't really have that many squares. And you want your knight to get to e5. And this is where the position branches out far too much, and I would actually... if you decide to play the line with bishop to b5 check, this is where I would start my analysis. If I were you, I would get this position on the board and just assess it. So what do we have? Both sides have 6 pawns. Both sides have 3 minor pieces. Black, however, has the bishop pair, which might give him a slight edge. On the other hand, black has a horrible pawn structure. Black has 3 isolated pawns and 1 set of doubled pawns, so any endgame will be better for white. So in general, as white, you would like to keep your pawn structure intact and exchange as many pieces as possible. That would be my starting point. So the main continuation here with c5, I'm not sure I would play it, even though I knew over the board that that was theory. So bishop c7, knight e5 is the main line. You're allowing black to ruin your pawn structure as well. Knight to d5, knight c3. Knight takes c3, bc3, bishop e5, d5. I don't like this position. I would rather, after bc6, just continue normally, perhaps even play b3, bishop b2, try to go for d5, and stuff like that. But a perfectly playable position in any case. Okay, and after knight to f6, the main line is bishop to c4, defending your pawn, and the idea is the same, is similar as with knight to c3. You're provoking the queen to the center, but in this line, after knight takes d5, bishop takes d5, queen takes d5, you have knight to c3 chasing the queen away with tempo. So here the main move is knight takes d5. As white, you can either take immediately or castle. Taking with the bishop is a sideline, which I think is slightly inferior to the main line. Queen takes d5, knight c3, queen d8, d4, bishop b4, castles. It can transpose, but there are some differences. Black can ruin your pawn structure here as well, and that's why after knight takes d5, I prefer the move castles. It's a playable position. I mean, black has an extra pawn, once again a weakness on f4, which you can exploit. Black has one piece developed, so a definite lead in development for white. If you count the development 1, 2, and white has 1, 2, 3 pieces developed, and I think the lead in development more than compensates for the weak f4 pawn. The position continues with bishop to e6 or bishop to e7. Bishop to e6 is probably a better move, just over protecting your knight and preparing to capture with the bishop so that you don't lose time with knight to c3. But bishop to e7 is playable as well. Here the position continues with d4, castles, bishop d5, queen d5, bishop f4. You can also play knight c3, but I think bishop to f4 is more precise because it might be really hard to regain your pawn after knight c3, queen to d6. Now you already have to worry about black keeping that pawn. So queen takes d5, I would recommend bishop takes f4, and now c6 is the main move, knight c3, queen a5. Slightly better for white here, in my opinion, and in the engine opinion, but an equal position. Black has the bishop pair, white has a lead in development, playable for both sides. The main line, however, after castles is bishop to e6, and now bishop b3, because you don't want to risk any tactics. Let's say the bishop has remained here. Let's say white plays something ridiculous. Black would continue with a move such as this one, and after takes here, takes here, takes here, you might win the bishop pair that way. I'm not saying this is good, just an example. So the main move after bishop to e6 is bishop to b3. Bishop e7, now developing the other, bishop c4, chasing the knight away, knight b6. The knight can also go to f6, I just think that b6 is more precise, d4, expanding in the center, and you can already see that white has something for his pawn. I mean, black still has the extra pawn, but these pawns are very nice in the center, and in conjunction with the two bishops, with the knight on f3 and with the queen that can easily get active, I think that black's king is in far more danger, and that black is the one who could go wrong in many lines. Knight takes c4 is the main move, taking the opportunity to grab the pawn, knight c3, knight b6 back, d5 expanding, bishop g4, bishop takes f4, castles. This is sort of the starting position, and if I turn on the engine, they actually prefer white by half a pawn. I wouldn't say that's an objective assessment. I think it's plausible, but I think that the position is equal. So yeah, this is sort of the starting position of the main line of the modern. Remember this position, study it, learn how to play with an isolated queen's pawn. That could happen often out of the modern defense. Learn how to play with hanging pawns. That could also be a common theme in the opening. And yeah, I would recommend studying some Grandmaster games in these lines. You can find them in the live book, and I hope you enjoyed the position. Once again, not the perfect defense for black, but as white, as a King's Gambit player, you need to be prepared. The good news that you get to choose the line. Once again, let's go over the opening. So e4, e5, King's Gambit accepted, knight f3, d5, the modern defense, e d5, a forced move, knight f6, a forced move. White could either play bishop c4, bishop b5 check, c4 defending the pawn, knight to c3, or bishop to e2. I prefer the move bishop to e2 personally. I think it's a very fine approach to the position. Okay, everybody, I hope you liked the video. I hope you got something from it and that you learned another defense to the King's Gambit. Let me know what you think, and stay tuned for more chess. See you later. Bye bye. Hello everyone, Stepan here. I'll continue the series on the King's Gambit with probably the best defense for black, or the second best if you don't count the move g5, which is the main line, and that's the Fischer defense. And I have to say this is the most thematic variation of the King's opening and probably one of the most romantic ones because it has a great history. The great Bobby Fischer, after having lost his game against Boris Spassky in Mar del Plata in 1960, which was played in the King's Gambit, of course, Boris Spassky played the Kaiseritsky Gambit. Bobby Fischer went back to the drawing board and started to devise a defense to the King's Gambit. He was probably devastated after losing. We know that, in fact. So he probably wanted to create something that would be simply winning for black because he figured that the King's Gambit was unsound. And a year later, after losing his game, he published an article in the American Chess Quarterly. It was the first edition of the magazine. And the article was called A Bust to the King's Gambit, in which he theatrically said that he found a defense to the King's Gambit that wins for black by force. And the opening was later on called the Fischer defense. It's still called that today. And he ended up saying at the end of the article that, of course, white can, and this is a quote, white can always play differently, but then he merely loses differently. So Fischer was quite certain that the King's Gambit was refuted completely. The opening starts after e4, e5, f4 by white, the King's Gambit accepted, e takes f4, white plays knight to f3, the King's Knight Gambit, and what's funny is that Fischer went on to play the King's Gambit himself later on after having published his article, but he always chose the Bishop Gambit line with bishop to c4 because against this the Fischer defense can't be played. So the Fischer defense can only be played after knight to f3. And the first most common move here is g5. This is the main line, and the Fischer defense is pawn to d6. And Fischer referred to 3 d6 for black as a high-class waiting move, which enables black to defend his f4 pawn more comfortably and to develop his pieces, while at the same time keeping a lot of pressure on white's position. And I have to say that this does seem as a very logical continuation. g5, even though it protects the pawn immediately, seems far more risky than d6. First of all, d6 opens up your light-squared bishop, so you can get another piece into the game. Secondly, it sort of solidifies your center because it prevents e5, which, even though it's not a common idea in the King's Gambit, can be a serious threat in many positions, especially if you develop your knight on f6, so e5 can't dislodge your knight. So d6 is a logical continuation and a perfectly fine defense. Now, what I have found in my research is that well, Fischer wasn't correct. We have the benefit of using engines today, and the Fischer defense isn't winning by force for black. It does, however, result in favorable positions for black more often than not. And I have found only one line in which white seems equal or better in the middle game. So we are going to go over all of these variations. I'm going to show you the basic replies for white, and if you play this position with the black pieces, how do you fight with the Fischer defense? And if you play the King's Gambit, how do you refute Fischer's refutation of the King's Gambit? From here on, from the Fischer defense, knight to f3, d6, white has two main moves. One of them is d4. Another move is bishop to c4. There have been some more tries. Knight to c3 has been played, d3 has been played, but d4 and bishop to c4 are definitely the two best tries. According to the engines, d4 is the best move. Now, I believe that bishop to c4 is slightly more precise from a human perspective because of one exact continuation. d4, of course, defends attacks the f4 pawn immediately, so it makes perfect sense. And if you saw the introductory video, the whole point of the King's Gambit is for white to remove the black pawn from e5 in order to be able to create a strong center with pawns on e4 and d4. So now, after d6 has been played, you immediately take the opportunity to create a broad center. So d4 is a perfectly viable move. On the other hand, after knight to f3, d6, bishop to c4 creates more attacking pressure than d4, and it also gives you an ability to castle should you choose to. Okay, let's go over d4 first. d4 is the main move. After d4, the pawn is attacked. Black has only one option, that's the move g5. Okay, defending the f4 pawn. Here, white needs to continue aggressively. White has gambited the pawn. White needs to get a lot of initiative for the pawn in order to create pressure on black's position and, in the best case scenario, regain the pawn with a better central pawn structure. So white continues with pawn to h4, putting pressure on black's kingside pawn structure immediately. Black has only one move here, g4, chasing away the knight from f3, and in this position you don't put your knight on g5, it's far too risky because h6 or f6 and you could end up losing a pawn. This has been played. Alexander Morozevich actually played this position against Garry Kasparov. He did play knight to g5 and then took on f7. He went on to take, and the sacrifice wasn't as unsound, but Garry Kasparov refuted it remarkably. You can check out that game. It was played in 95, Morozevich-Kasparov. But the best move here is not to sacrifice your knight to g1. And now, of course, you could argue who is better. The engines will always like black here because he has an extra pawn. But black's king is quite unsafe. When you look at it, black's kingside pawn structure is very loose. Two of his pawns are attacked, and it looks as if one of them might drop. Here, black has three options. By far the most common move here is bishop to h6. Two sidelines are f5, a very aggressive sideline, or queen to f6. Let's look at queen to f6 first. First of all, queen to f6 defends the f4 pawn. Knight to c3 for white, knight to e7 developing, and the bishop is most commonly going to go to h6 as in the other line. Knight g to e2. Now the pawn is attacked twice, and now bishop to h6 defending. So black is basically defending the pawn all the time while keeping this threat up his sleeve. So f3 is always a threat, trying to liquidate his weakness and trying to get through to the white king. It's not favorable to play this at any given moment because white actually has sufficient defense and white can manage to simply win his pawn back if black isn't careful, but that's always a threat white will have to calculate. So from a human perspective, I think this is a great idea for black to have this variation, because white will always have to be at the edge of his seat trying to calculate what happens after f3, what happens after g3, what happens after... You can see visually that black has many more potential threats than white does. Here white continues with queen to d2, bishop to d7, g3, now forcing this pawn to move. However, the best move is knight b to c6. Moving the pawn forward with f3 isn't really such a big threat, because after the knight gets to f4, and let's say bishop takes, queen takes, bishop takes, I would love to have white here. Black has absolutely nothing in the position. If you turned on the engine, this is better for black according to the engines, but I really don't think that the advantage is justified. I think that white is fine here. This pawn is going to be rounded up, or it will have to be defended and white can blockade it easily. So I think that this position isn't such a big problem. The main move after g3, therefore, is knight b to c6, keeping the tension on the king side. G takes f4 for white, and castles. Black wants to castle as soon as possible. Black doesn't care about giving his pawn back, because you can see that white's king is in the center and black has a lead in development. Black has a passed pawn on g4 and black has too many trumps when compared to white, and black is just better here. So the move queen to f6 on move 6 is a very fine option for black, and I would actually recommend this. So after the move d6, Fischer defense, d4, g5, h4, all of these moves are the main line. g4, knight to g1, queen to f6, a very, very aggressive option for black and my preferred move on move 6. The two other options, the second sideline is pawn to f5, just destroying white central control immediately. Here, white can either choose to take immediately on f4, and after f takes e4, knight c3, knight f6, d5, bishop g7, which is fine for black. Black is better in all of these lines. Or after f5, white can choose to play knight to c3, defending his e4 pawn. Now knight f6, attacking it once again. Bishop f4, fe4, d5, bishop g7, a very similar position. In fact, this would transpose to the line we just saw after bishop takes f4. And here I believe that black always stands an edge. In this position, black is going to castle short, white is going to castle long, and black is going all in with his attacking pressure. So queen d2, castles. Black stands an edge, definitely. According to the engines, more than -1. But as I said, in the King's Gambit, you should never really take the engine evaluation seriously. And I think that the advantage is over-exaggerated. In this position, it already decreased to minus 0.6, so it's really nothing major. You can see that white is still down a pawn, but this pawn is weak, this pawn is weak, and the black king is weaker than the white king. Okay, the main move after knight to g1 isn't f5, isn't queen to f6, which I prefer, it's bishop to h6, simply defending your f4 pawn that way. The position continues with knight c3, c6, trying to prevent the knight from entering the key squares in black's queenside position, knight g to e2, queen to f6 now. And another thing I wanted to talk about, as I said, f3 is a constant threat. In this position it isn't the best move, but during the game you need to find a moment during which your opponent is lower time, and believe me, it's possible to be low on time very early on in the King's Gambit, and try to find a position in which f3 seems scary. For example, here, even though queen to f6 is much better, f3 seems like a very strong move. This, in fact, is equal for white or even slightly better, but it does look scary. Let's say knight g3, bishop takes c1, queen takes c1, queen to f6. I mean, white is better here if you ask the engines, but I would choose black. I would choose black because it's really hard to defend for humans. Queen e3, h5. This pawn structure seems menacing. But as I said, try to find an opportunity in which pawn to f3 seems dangerous. Queen f6 is always a move if you don't find that opportunity. g3, f3 here, chasing the knight away to f4. Knight f4, queen e7, you don't accept all these trades, there's no reason to. Bishop to e3, d5, opening up the center, e5. And here, once again, from an engine perspective, black stands clear edge. Of course, black has 8 pawns, white has 7 pawns. So black is a pawn ahead and black has a passed pawn on f3. So you can understand what Fischer was talking about. And this might be objectively losing for white, and it might be really hard to hold for black. And that's why I believe that d4, which is the main line as a response to the Fischer defense, is really hard to play for white. And I think that even though the King's Gambit isn't refuted because you do have several other options, this line with d6, d4 is very hard to play. And in fact, if you look at the live book, more than 40% of the games were won by black. The exact percentage is 45% wins for black from this position, 29% wins for white, and 26% of the games were drawn. And if you consider that this is move 4, that's a huge advantage in black's favor, and this should be played with extreme caution. So d6, the Fischer defense, d4 as the main response is very risky. That's my conclusion. Now the second move, e4, e5, King's Gambit accepted, knight f3, the King's Knight Gambit, d6, the Fischer defense, bishop c4. The second most popular move is, I believe, much easier to play for white. Now the main move here for black isn't g5 because there's no need to defend your f4 pawn yet, it's h6. And this now gives white an option to prevent g5. There are two moves from this position. One of them is the central expansion with d4, as we saw in the other line, and the other move is h4, which I think is fine for white. And this is the only variation in which I think white is equal and stand a chance to be better in the middle game if played properly. So I would recommend playing this against the Fischer defense. But let's go over the main line first, just to give you an idea what it looks like. So h6, d4, expanding in the center, g5 now, because it wasn't prevented with h4, white castles. Here, black has 8 pawns, white has 7 pawns. You have given up a pawn. Whether it's clear why you've given up a pawn, I'm not sure. The engines give this position as -1, and I think that the advantage is completely justified. I just don't believe that black has that many weak squares or that many weak pawns or any threats that are threatening his king. So I think that this is almost a clear pawn up if you play this way. The position would continue bishop to g7, c3, knight c6, g3, trying to provoke the f4 pawn somewhere and using the fact that you have your bishop and your rook on f7, bishop h3. And this is in fact an exchange sacrifice line, which is the best way for white to play. You take on f4, bishop takes f1, queen takes f1, g4, and knight to e1. if this is one of the best lines you could get, I'm not sure this is good for white. Of course, there is a way to equalize. I have analyzed this position up to a point at which white almost managed to outplay black, and there was almost nothing black could do about it. So let's say queen to d7. Black tries to castle long, knight g2, h5, f5, expansion, knight f6, bishop b5, a6, bishop a4. You can always go to c2, d5, e5. And this position I like. Knight e4, knight d2, just provoking the knight to take. Knight takes, bishop takes, castles long, f6. This position I'm starting to like white. Of course, the engines will once again tell you that it's almost -1. But I believe that despite being an exchange down now with an equal number of pawns, this pawn structure is very good. And this piece in particular is going to have to be exchanged off. So let's say bishop h6 immediately, bishop takes, rook takes. I don't think that black's rooks can get that much activity, and I'm not sure how much worse these two pieces are when compared to, let's say, the rook on d8. So I believe that you could get a very aggressive setup. Let's say knight to e3, knight to f5, or knight to h4, or something similar. This bishop is very strong. This knight is inactive. It doesn't have any squares. So I think this is very good for white. But you have to get up to this point. You have to survive up to this point. This is now move 20, and even though the position is playable, I wouldn't recommend using it as your main weapon against the Fischer defense. So e4, e5, f4, ef4, knight f3, d6, bishop c4, h6. We just went over the move d4, which is very risky, but if played properly, you could equalize and be slightly better even. And remember that the main line of this position is that you give up the exchange. You don't have to accept it. Rook to f2 has been played here, but I believe that this bishop is just much better than the rook, and getting rid of this pawn and opening up the line, the g file, is actually in white's favor here, because black doesn't have an attack, and you need some activity. So I would recommend just sacking an exchange with gf4. Bishop takes f1, queen takes f1, g4. At least you've regained your pawn. So yeah, I think that this line is fine for white, but it's not as good as the line I'm going to show you now. After knight f3, d6, the Fischer defense, bishop c4, h6, I would recommend the move h4. And this is, in my opinion, the best response to the Fischer defense. Here you're just not allowing the move g5. Black can't defend his f4 pawn comfortably. So knight f6, this would be the best move. Knight to c3, your e4 pawn was attacked, you defended. Bishop to g4, d4 now, expanding in the center. And now you're already putting a lot of pressure on f4. And if I turn on the engine now, this is all zeros. And on move 7 in the King's Gambit, this is extremely rare to have full compensation for your f4 pawn. And I think objectively, visually, from a human perspective, this is the best way to play. And the engines agree. So this is the line I would recommend to the Fischer defense. Knight f3, d6, bishop c4, h6, and now play h4, prevent g5. Knight f6, knight c3, bishop g4, d4, expand. Here black continues with bishop to e7. He wants to castle short, and white is most often going to castle long. So you are going to have an extremely volatile game. Bishop takes f4, take your pawn back. It couldn't have really been defended. Knight to h5, bishop to e3, knight g3, rook to g1. You are getting pushed away a bit, but it doesn't matter. Castles, queen d3, c6, castles. I think this position is wonderful for white. You have a huge center. Black does have some active pieces around your king side, but it doesn't really matter. Your rooks are better, definitely. You have an active bishop pair, more active than black's bishop pair, and I think this is wonderful. If you continue this position, black will have some queen side pawn pushes, which are annoying. b5, bishop b3, b4, knight a4, d5, but they really don't do that much. cd5, knight c5, a5. You're fine here. The engines think that white is better, and this was almost the best possible moves for black. So I would recommend this line. And I've actually been studying this for quite a while, because I'm planning to play the King's Gambit in my tournament games regularly, and I was afraid of the Fischer defense more so than of anything else. And this is the line I chose, analyzed, and I think I have a great chance to stand up to stronger opponents in this opening. So if you choose to play the King's Gambit and you encounter the Fischer defense, know this line. This will be a very valuable weapon in your repertoire. h6, h4. And in this position, you get to expand in the center, you get to gain your pawn back, you get to castle queenside and have a very solid attacking position. Of course, the position is playable. It's not much worse for black or anything. It's equal. But up to this point, up to move 12 or 15 or 20, if you know the theory, black is going to have several opportunities to go wrong before you get out of your preparation. So I think this is a very solid response. And I wonder what Bobby Fischer would have said to this. Okay, everybody, this was the Fischer defense in the King's Gambit accepted. I hope you liked the video. Let me know what you think. And thanks for watching. Stay tuned for more chess. See you later. Bye-bye. Hi everyone, Stepan here. I'll continue the series on the King's Gambit with the Hosiyar Gambit, which is perhaps one of the most ridiculous openings ever invented, and it probably shouldn't be played, but it's really hard to prove it wrong, and it's really hard for black to use the fact that white is gambiting a whole piece, or perhaps two. So let's continue with the King's Gambit. In the last video we got to the position with g5, which is black's main defense to the King's Knight Gambit with knight to f3. And g5 is a normal move, of course, and probably the best one, along with the Fischer defense d6. And white is always supposed to be slightly worse, and if black manages to hold on to his extra pawn or dampen white's attacking pressure, then black is always going to be winning. And in fact, engines give this position as better for black in almost every variation. However, here, to enter the Hosiyar Gambit, white doesn't continue with pawn to h4, which disrupts black's plans to create a solid pawn chain on the king side. And h4 is the most logical move. Here, white continues with bishop to c4, which as a substitute move for h4 seems pretty risky. I mean, it's already risky, but it seems much riskier than usual because, okay, you do get an attacking piece staring at f7 and in conjunction with the knight on f3, which could either jump to g5 or to e5. This could be pretty scary, but you are allowing black to gain a lot of control on the king side. And black's main response here is pawn to g4, attacking the knight, and now the Hosiyar Gambit is to just let go of the knight and sacrifice it. You're not going to use it with the bishop in the attack. You're going to castle, bring your king to safety, and use the f-file to attack. Now, after gf3, black accepts the gambit. There's basically nothing else to do. And queen takes f3. This is now the starting position of the Hosiyar Gambit, and probably one of the best positions in chess to study your tactical ability. And here, if you defend perfectly, you're going to win every time, that's clear. And the engines will always win this position. And humans, believe it or not, lose it much more often than they win with the black pieces, because the fact that you have an extra knight is pretty pointless in this position where you can see that white has castled, so 1 point in development, the queen is on f3, 2 points, the pawn is on e4, 3 points, and the bishop is on c4, that's 4 points of development. Black only has his very weak f4 pawn, and all of his pieces are on the back rank. And what's even worse, the king is still stuck on e8, and it's not defended at all, and it's pretty hard to defend it anyway. So I would, if you asked me which side I'd like to have, I would rather always have white, and just because it's almost impossible to defend. Now I'm going to show you a few examples, a few games in the Hosiyar Gambit, which I don't normally do in the opening videos, because I want to show you how the games normally develop, and this is going to be slightly different than the other opening videos because there's simply not that much opening theory, and it's really hard to develop any opening theory because black usually doesn't survive long enough to enter any. And as black, my advice would be just memorize the moves and learn how to avoid the tricks. And as the moves go on, the possibility of blundering multiplies exponentially, and I'm not really sure which way you should go about learning that. Perhaps just putting the position on the board and trying to find as many attacking moves for white as possible. And if you play this with the white pieces, then remember one thing: you never want to trade the pieces off, especially your queen or your rook. You never want to allow black a free move that's, well, Is there a better way to put it? A move during which black has enough time to develop a piece or to put his king to safety. So each and every one of your moves has to be an attacking, aggressive move which either gains space or develops a piece or puts additional pressure on black's position. So okay, let's see what black can do here. Now the best defensive try is the move queen to f6, and that basically defends the f4 pawn, and if white captures now, then black is going to exchange the queens and simply be a piece up, so you never take here. White's main move here is e5. There's a sideline though with d3, which I don't think is active enough, and even though if you play it perfectly, you can actually get an equal game with the white pieces despite being a piece down and often win your piece back, I think d3 is too risky because it doesn't create enough attacking pressure to overwhelm black, and at least in the games I analyzed, I thought that black has much more chances in the d3 line. So let's go over that first. So d3, black continues with knight c6. Here you can take on f4 with the bishop because you played d3. Bishop takes f4, d6, developing his light squared bishop, knight c3. With each move, white is bringing additional forces into the attack, and that's the only way to play this position. If you play something passive, such as a3 or h3, then black is going to have enough time to defend. Bishop e6. This is the best defensive try for black. In most games, black has played knight g to e7 here, which is slightly imprecise. You really want to get rid of this bishop standing at f7. And if you manage to relieve the pressure of the bishop and the queen along the f-file and along the a2 g8 diagonal, then you're going to be fine. So bishop to e6 is definitely the best defensive try. Knight d5, now staring at c7, threatening to win a rook basically, and attacking the queen as well, so queen to d8, the best move. c3, which is slightly, well, it's slow, but it's probably the most precise move because any knight jump into d4 would significantly slow down your attack because your queen would have to move, and your queen is perfect on f3 because now in any position in which this bishop moves from e7, you're going to checkmate black, so you really want to keep your queen on f3. Knight e5, attacking the queen anyway, so you take that, bishop e5, d e5, and now d4, queen to d6. And here, black is of course better. Black, according to the engines, has -1, but I think white's position is playable. It's not as aggressive and it's not as favorable for white as the other lines we are going to see after the move e5. But the d3 lines are still playable, and I think that you could get enough attacking pressure on black's position. Now, this is now move 13, but from move 7 to move 13, black has a lot of chances to go wrong, and believe it, that black is going to go wrong in most of the games. So d3, knight c6, bishop f4, d6, knight c3. If here black plays knight to e7, then white is already fine and actually almost equal despite being a piece down. So you could count on the fact that your opponent is going to make a mistake, but I would still recommend not playing 7 d3 after queen to f6. I would recommend the other line which we are going to see, and that's the move pawn to e5. This is by far the most popular way to play, and this is the most aggressive way to play. And since you sacrificed a knight and a pawn, so what's better than to sacrifice a bishop as well? Because, well, yeah, that's just probably as aggressive as you could get in chess. So after e5, the queen has to take. There has been one more move, which John Shaw tried to analyze in his own book, and apparently he used the engines. I haven't read that in detail, but he says that queen to f5 just doesn't justify the piece sacrifice for white. When I analyzed the move, I just couldn't find how, because white here plays d4, and after knight c6, which is supposedly the best move, bishop d3, queen e6, you can let go of the d4 pawn with knight c3, knight takes d4, queen f4, bishop c5, king h1. I just like this position with white, and if you turned on the engine, this is one of the rare lines in which white is significantly better. This is almost +2 for white, even though black still has all 4 of his minor pieces. So I'm not sure how to use this move, queen to f5, but perhaps it's playable. I just think it isn't. I think that if you decline the sacrifice on e5, you're just worse with the black pieces. So after queen to f6, pawn to e5, you can count on the fact that black is going to capture. That's the best move. Queen e5, and now, Now you get to choose once more. You can either play a slightly passive move, which once again I wouldn't recommend, or you can sacrifice your bishop, which I really like a lot. So the slightly passive way to play is pawn to d3, opening up your dark squared bishop, preparing to capture on f4, develop the rest of your pieces, and put your rooks on e1, threatening the queen and the king. But it's slightly slower. So bishop h6, defending the f4 pawn and only allowing white to capture it if he's willing to exchange the queens, which of course white isn't. Knight c3, knight e7, bishop d2, preparing to play rook a to e1, knight bc6, rook a1, queen to f5. Here black is much better, I would say, and in some positions you are going to win your f4 pawn back, in some positions you are going to be able to sacrifice on f7 anyway and gain some initiative, but there's basically no way for white to equalize unless black blunders horribly, which once again is likely to happen, but far less likely than in the underline where white sacrifices on f7 immediately. And this position I just don't like. Even though you have those beautiful rooks on e1 and f1, you have a very active bishop on c4, you have a queen on f3. I just think that black is able to survive this, and that in the d3 line, 8, d3, white can't really justify the sacrifice. So a simple continuation would be knight d5, king d8. This is the best way to defend the pawn. Of course, white is threatening knight c7. Taking, of course, is impossible because the knight is pinned. Queen e2, knight takes d5, bishop takes d5. Yeah, this is a sacrifice line with queen to e2, which I think should be played. There are other moves after king to d8. You could play. Well, okay, according to the engines, queen to e2 is not even the best move. Bishop takes f4 is the best move, but I think that bishop f4 loses too much time, and that this pawn actually keeps the black bishop, which is on h6, at bay and sort of locks it down behind its own pawns, so I would recommend not taking this pawn too early. And queen to e2 seemingly sacrifices a piece here, because of course the knight is attacked twice, so knight d5, bishop d5, queen d5, but you now have bishop to c3, and you are going to win your piece back. Now this battery here on the e file is very scary, so now bishop to g5 has to be played, because otherwise this is checkmate. So black has to react, save his position from checkmate, and sacrifice the h8 rook. So now after bishop g5, bishop h8. The engines think the position is equal, but I really still would rather have black, because after the moves such as e6 and or queen e6, trying to exchange some pieces off, and then e6, bishop d6, bishop d7, and probably getting your rook out eventually, I think black is fine. So this d3 line, in which this position is the best case scenario, is too risky for white, and I wouldn't recommend playing that. Now let's go over the main variation and the most fun variation. After queen takes c5, the proper Musio Gambit, which is the romantic way to play, which is how the game was played, how the opening was played in the Renaissance when the opening was invented, is bishop takes f7. Yeah, and I forgot to mention, the Musio Gambit is also known as the Polerio Gambit, named after a Renaissance chess player from the 16th century, Giulio Cesare Polerio, and it was wrongly attributed to Muzio, Muzio d'Alessandro, another Italian player from the 17th century, by an English chess writer. So it should really be called the Polerio Gambit, but whatever. Bishop takes f7, sacrificing the bishop. Once again, black has nothing better than to accept the gambit, the sacrifice. So king takes f7. And now the point of the sacrifice. You want to put as much pressure on black as possible. By this point, you've sacrificed a pawn, a bishop, and a knight, which is, of course, an insurmountable material advantage for black. If white slows down, if white allows the black king to go into safety, if white allows black even to develop a few of his pieces, black is going to be much better. So now you have to play aggressively. You gambit another pawn, d4, chasing the queen away from the defense. Queen takes d4, the only move. Bishop to e3. The bishop isn't hanging, of course, the pawn is pinned to the king. Queen f6 is the best defense. Queen to g7 has been tried, but I think that queen to f6 is the best move. And I think that queen to f6 should be played in every position. And now, the main move here is bishop takes f4, taking the pawn and trying to get some active checks here and trying to develop the rest of your pieces. I have, however, found a move here which sort of reduces white's attacking pressure too much, and I think that the attacking pressure won't last long after this move, and that's the move bishop to c5 check. You're basically developing the bishop with tempo and provoking white into a queen exchange after bishop to e3. So I think this sort of reduces the pressure too much. The main move here is knight to e7, and that's the most often played move. But after knight to e7, white does have a lot of pressure, and let's say knight c3, d6, bishop to e5. I already like white here. Queen takes f3, rook takes f3, king to g8. You are going to have to give up one piece because the bishop and the rook are hanging. So bishop h8, knight to d7, bishop d4. Let's say here black is better, but white is fine. And after bishop takes f4, bishop to c5 check. You can move your king to h1, but bishop to e3 is much more precise. And if you move your king, then this is already too much. This is -8, so this really can't be defended. So after bishop c5 check, bishop to e3, you're allowing this trade, queen f3, rook f3, king e8, bishop c5. You're winning the bishop, but still. That's a common principle in the middle game. When your material up and your position is worse, you can give back a portion of that material to equalize, and this is exactly what black is doing. Black has given up his bishop. He was already 2 pieces up, so it doesn't really matter, but by giving his bishop up, he's reducing white's pressure, and white doesn't really have anything anymore. Okay, the king is still ridiculous on e8, but black can easily defend, and this just means that white's position is busted. So I'm not really sure what to say about the opening, because I already found a sort of winning idea for black on move 11, which kills off all the pressure, but you have to know how to get to that point. And now let's go over a few examples. This is the game Alexei Shirov versus Lapinski from 1990, and in this game is a clear example of how dangerous the opening is. You can see the evaluation bar on the right side of the board. So e4, e5, f4 the king's gambit, e4, knight f3, g5, bishop c4, g4 castles, the Muzio gambit, g takes f3, queen takes f3. Lapinski did play queen f6, e5 was played. Of course, Alexei Shirov is one of the most aggressive players in history, so what else would he play? Queen e5. Of course, Shirov went for bishop takes f7. The position is -2 for black. I hope you can see that, but I would rather have white. King takes f7, d4. This is exactly what we were just looking at, the main line of the Muzio gambit. Queen d4, bishop e3, queen f6. And here, after bishop takes f4, Lapinski went terribly wrong. Here I just shown you the move bishop to c5 check, which is the best move in my opinion. Knight here is also playable, d6 is also playable, but Lapinski played king to e8. And if you can see the evaluation going from one side to the other after bishop takes f4, king e8, white is already better. So this is what it takes for white to regain to get the advantage in the position. You're a piece down, you're 2 pieces down, and one wrong move such as king to e8, which looks almost natural, is enough to give you the advantage. And here Shirov was quick to punish that, and this is now move 11. On move 17 Lapinski resigned. Knight c3, bring another piece into the attack, not hurrying with... I mean, you have 3 pieces active in this position. You wouldn't want to check with those 3. If you can get another piece or 2 into the position, that's basically what you want to do after you sacrifice some material. And if you look at black's back row, black still has 6 pieces, all 6 pieces, but neither of them are active, neither of them are developed. He's only playing with the queen. So I would argue that even though white is, in theory, 2 pieces down, in practice, white is 3 pieces up. And if you look at the board, if you count the material which is active and in play, then white is simply better. Knight c6, developing a piece, knight to d5, threatening knight c7 and threatening all sorts of scary things, queen to g6, which is a mistake. This is now almost +1. Here should have played rook a1, which is not the most precise move, but after bishop to e7, this is just losing. And once again, one simple move is enough to make your position completely losing and unbearable. Here Shirov did punish it the best possible way. Bishop to d6, a wonderful move. And here, what does black do? You can pause the video if you want. This is a very nice finish. Black played king to d8. After king to d8, this is just checkmate. Queen f8 check. Bishop takes f8. bishop to c7 checkmate, and another move after rook a2 e1, I'm sorry, bishop to e7, bishop to d6. Another try was knight to f6, which is supposedly the best move, but yeah, this is now still busted after bishop takes e7, knight takes e7, knight takes e7, queen f7. The best defense is knight g6 check, king d8, let's say knight here, and the position is just going to be lost. You can see that this is now just busted. So knight to f6 was the best try, but regardless, the position was losing. After bishop d6, king to d8, this just allowed a beautiful checkmate. Another move I was looking at is what would happen if black simply captures the bishop here. Then it's a simple mate in one. You can see it because the bishop is pinned. So that was one example. Another game I wanted to show you. This was played between Hikaru Nakamura and Dmitry Andreikin. So slightly higher rated players. Nakamura is of course 2700, and Andreikin is no fool himself. He's 2683. The game was played in 2010. So e4, e5, f4, ef4, knight f3, g5, bishop c4, g4. The Muzio Gambit gf3, queen takes f3, and here Andreikin didn't play queen to f6, which is the best move. He played bishop h6, probably trying to surprise Nakamura because he knows that Nakamura is an aggressive player and that he probably knows his lines in the Muzio. So the game went on with d4, and by the way, bishop to h6 is a bad move. You shouldn't play that. That's why I didn't include it in my analysis. d4, queen h4, trying to be aggressive himself, but yeah, this is just better for white. Of course, the evaluation will go up and down, but I just wanted to show you how the games can turn out. And Nakamura was quick to punish this and won brilliantly. So if you want to play the Muzio Gambit with the white pieces, I would suggest that you prepare nerves of steel and that you remain calm during the game. It's essential that you keep the pressure up, that you don't allow black a single move during which he can relax, get his king to safety or develop. And if you release the pressure, then black is going to win. If you manage to keep the pressure up, then I would say chances of you winning are 90 or 95%, especially against players lower than 22, 2300. And in these two examples, the players were both grandmasters, so it's really hard to defend. Okay, let's go over the lines just one more time. So e4, e5, f4, the king's gambit, ef4 accepted, knight f3, king's knight gambit, g5, the main line or the classical, bishop to c4, white doesn't go for h4, which is the main and the best move, g4 castles, giving up the knight, black has to take, gf3, queen f6, the best defense. If you play this with the black pieces, never play bishop to h6 or something else. Queen e7 has also been tried, but queen f6 is better. e5, you can also play d3, which is slightly more passive. I would recommend d5. e5, queen takes e5 with black, you have to take. Once again, the move queen to f5 has been mentioned, but I wouldn't recommend it, it's too risky. Queen f5, and now once again you can choose between d3, which is a slightly slower move, or bishop takes f7. The best way to play this, sacrificing your second piece, and this is sort of the starting position here after d4, queen takes d4, bishop e3, queen f6, and bishop takes f4. This is the starting position of the Muzio Gambit. -3 for black, horribly weak position for white, but if black misplays it, you're going to win. And if you play e5 with the black pieces, if you encounter the Muzio Gambit, I would suggest getting into this exact position and then playing the move bishop c5 check. I really couldn't find a good way for white to respond to this apart from bishop to e3. And after the queen exchange, I just don't see white's play in this position. I just can't see a way for white to checkmate black. Okay, thanks very much for watching, everybody. I hope you got something from this video on the Muzio Gambit, and stay tuned for more chess. Let me know what you think about the video. Bye bye. Hi everyone, Stepan here. Today I'm going to continue the series on the King's Gambit with the Kizeritsky Gambit, which is one of the most popular ways for white to play against the classical variation for black. So far we've been looking at the rarer defenses for black in the King's Gambit accepted. So after e4, e5, f4, the accepted King's Gambit, knight to f3. We've been looking at d5, the modern defense. We've been looking at d6, the Fischer defense. We've been looking at bishop e7, knight e7, and h6. All of these you can find in separate videos on the channel. And today, this is the first video on the main line, or the classical variation, which is black's best continuation, probably, according to theory, and that's the move g5. Now, you could argue whether g5 is better or d6 is better. I believe that d6 is slightly more precise, the Fischer defense, but g5 is definitely one of the two best ways for black to play. Now, in further videos, we are going to go over several other gambits which arise from this position, and there are quite a few. For example, the very aggressive Muzio gambit, which starts after bishop to c4. And today, we are going to go over the Kizaritsky gambit. Now, the opening was popularized by Leonard Kizaritsky in the 19th century, and after that it was successfully employed by Wilhelm Steinitz, among others. He was one of the main exponents of the opening, and one of the notable games in the opening is Spassky Fischer from 1960 Mar del Plata, in which Boris Spassky crushed Bobby Fischer with the Kizaritsky gambit, and after that Bobby Fischer started to create his own defense, so d6, the Fischer defense. Now, the point of g5 is of course that black directly defends the f4 pawn. Now, white's best continuation is to play h4 immediately. If he doesn't play h4, then if he doesn't undermine the g5 pawn before it can be reinforced with h6 and bishop to g7, and if black is given time, he will reinforce that and have a solid center. So white has to react immediately, and h4 is the best way to do that. As I said, bishop to c4 can be played as well, but it leads to other variations. So h4, you basically don't give time to black to reinforce his pawn. If h6 is played now, then this simply loses because hg, and this pawn can't be taken because the rook is pinned. So you are starting to undermine black's kingside control with a timely h4. And this is why this move is very important. If you allowed another move for black to play, for example, bishop to g7, let's say you played something else here, let's say a useless move, then bishop to g7, after h4, black could play h6 because now takes, if rook takes, bishop takes. So h4 is just a timely reaction. And the Kizaritsky gambit arises after black's most logical continuation. Black can't really allow white to take. Defending with f6 would be too weakening, opening up the diagonal to black's king. So black continues with pawn to g4, chasing the knight away. And this is quite uncomfortable for white to face. And in this position there are several moves. For example, knight to g5 is one of the most popular options, which is the Allgaier gambit. We are going to go over that in a separate video. And after knight to e5, we now have the Kizaritsky gambit, which is white's best response to the classical variation after g5, and this is considered still to be the strongest way for white to play. And even though I can't see how white is equal or better here, because he isn't, that might be true, and knight to e5 might indeed be the best way. There are 5 responses here for black. 2 of them are more popular, and in fact the only 2 popular continuations. The other 3 are sort of sidelines. The most popular way for black to continue is knight to f6, which is the Berlin defense in the Kizaritsky gambit, and the second most popular move is d6, which is called the college defense. Now, the other 3 moves I'm going to go over are queen to e7, which is a fine continuation, h5, sort of a strange way to play, and I believe better for white, and bishop to g7, also not as challenging to white's setup. So I think knight to f6 and d6 are the only 2 moves which keep black's opening advantage. Let's go over d6 first. This move, the college defense, returns the pawn immediately to seize the initiative for black. So this is the only continuation in the Kizaritsky gambit in which black accepts to give his extra f4 pawn back immediately, or g4 pawn. So d6 allows white to capture, obviously, on g4, and white only has one way to respond to that. Retreating the knight to d3, blocking down the bishop would be ridiculous. So knight takes g4, getting the pawn back. Knight to f6 is the main continuation. Now knight takes f6, queen takes f6, and knight to c3, defending your e4 pawn. And here I think white stands okay. If you ask the engines, they think the position is equal. The material is definitely equal, so both sides have 7 pawns. You could argue whose pawn structure is better. I believe white's is better, even though it's not perfect. And you could argue whose king is less safe, because even though the white king is on e1 and it doesn't look safe, the black king isn't close to castling either. So a very double-edged position in which white definitely has chances. So I think that the move d6, well, I wouldn't play the move d6 if I were black. The position continues with knight c6, bishop to b5, pinning the knight. King to d8 is the most popular move, getting out of this pin and basically forcing white to capture. Bishop c6, bc6, and now queen to f3, trying to solidify. Black can in some positions play rook to g8, sort of threatening bishop to g4, but white can continue with d3 and only move the queen afterwards. So an equal position in which neither side has king safety, neither side has a perfect pawn structure, and whoever is a better, I would say, strategical player is going to win this position. Now, one thing that black has is the bishop pair, but the position is fairly closed, and especially his light squared bishop, which is now on c8, doesn't have that much scope, and the only useful square really is the square on g4, and it doesn't have that many targets along that square. The second thing is that white can often put tremendous pressure on the f4 pawn and win it. A simple move such as knight to e2 would bring the third attacker into f4 and round up the pawn. So a double-edged position in which I would rather have white. Let's go over that again. So after knight to e5, the Hosiyar Gambit, pawn to d6. The college defense, I really don't think is one of the best responses by black, even though it's been played on the highest level, and you can find a lot of games. For example, Alexei Shirov played this a lot. You can look at his two of his games against Nigel Short from 1997 and 1999, one of his games from Fedorov Alexei from 2000. So Vishy Anand also played this. So very strong players employed the college defense, but I think the main line is more precise. Okay, so after d6, knight takes g4, giving the pawn back, psychologically at least, doesn't work. And if you have the extra pawn in the king's gambit, then you should try to keep it. I believe that. Okay, let's go over the sidelines briefly. One very strange sideline is h5. The move h5 protects the pawn, obviously, but leaves too many weaknesses in black's position, and I believe that white has an edge here because of bishop to c4. Now, the move bishop to c4 is immediately putting the second attacker on the f7 pawn, the main weakness in black's position, and really there are two ways to defend, neither of which is very comfortable for black. Black can either play knight to h6 or rook to h7. Rook to h7 I really don't like because of d4. d6, let's say bishop, knight takes f7, king, rook takes f7, bishop takes f7, and now after king takes f7, I would just rather have white. Bishop takes f4, and if you count the material, white has 7 pawns, black has 6. Black is an exchange down, so what do you want from this position? I mean, white has, of course, 2 pieces for that, but yeah, I would still rather have white here, and the engines think white has an edge as well. So rook to h7 isn't such a solid defense, because after d4 and this giving away 2 pieces for the rook, I believe that white stands better. I would just rather have white here. So yeah, let's go over knight to h6. So h5, bishop to c4, knight to h6. Is a more precise defense and the main line. So in this position, once again, d4, opening up the center. And the point of the king's gambit, you want as much central control as possible, because the key idea behind the move f4, and after black accepts the gambit, is that you get rid of the e5 pawn and you get to create a broad center. Black continues with d6. Of course, you can't take on g4 in this position because it's been protected by h5. Knight d3, f3. The main move here is gf3, and for black, the main move is bishop to e7. The move g3 doesn't really work. It gives white a huge edge because black now has no attack, knight to f4, and white is just going to round up all of these weaknesses and put pressure on f7. The engines, in fact, think that this is winning for white. So after the move gf3, you continue with bishop to e7, and the position is slightly better for white. I still like white here. So I really don't think that in this line with h5, knight to e5, h5 you can get anything much, because there's too much pressure on black's position. You do defend this pawn, but that is irrelevant. You have an extra pawn anyway, and trying to defend your g5, your g4 pawn seems far too risky. Bishop c4, too much pressure. Knight h6, d4, d6, knight to d3, f3. After this position with bishop to e7, I really like white. Let's say bishop e3, bishop takes h4 check, but it doesn't matter. The white king is going to c1, king d2, knight c6, c3, knight a5, knight a3, bishop to d7, king c2. White's position is perfect. The black king is far less safe. White has a very strong bishop pair here. Okay, he might lose one bishop now, but still a lead in development and more active pieces. And one of the key factors in the position is that this kingside structure is really weak and it's about to crumble. So the move h5, the song called Long Whip variation of the Kazaritsky Gambit, I wouldn't recommend, even though it's visually pleasing and you seem to have created your strong pawn structure on the king side. It's far too risky because of the f7 weakness, which you have to defend immediately. So after h5 and bishop c4, you're immediately on the defense, and it shouldn't be that way in the king's gambit. In the king's gambit, black should usually be attacking, and if white manages to attack, that means that he justified the gambit. And in the g5 main line, it's often that black manages to create much more chances than here. So the long whip variation I wouldn't recommend. After knight e5, another sideline is queen to e7, the Rosenthal defense, which is sounder than the long whip variation. Once again, strong players have played it, not that strong. Vishy Anand, for example, or 2800s haven't played this, but 2300s have played it regularly. So it's a fine opening. White is considered to have equalized after queen to e7, but still it's not bad. d6 and knight f6 are more precise, but queen to e7 is okay. Obviously, putting pressure on the e-file immediately. If the knight moves, the queen can take the e4 pawn. So d4 pawn. d4 defending the knight, d6, and now you have to accept losing this pawn. So knight takes g4, it's attacked twice, so the knight isn't hanging. Queen e4 check, queen to e2, queen takes e2, bishop takes e2. I mean, a boring position, I would say, and you get to exchange the queens, which shouldn't really happen in the king's gambit. White doesn't want to do that, so this might be a great way for black to neutralize white's attacking ideas, because when somebody plays the king's gambit, then you expect him to be an aggressive player, a tactical player, a player who wants an open position with many attacking chances. And that's why perhaps the move queen to e7, the Rosenthal defense, might be the best way to dampen the pressure and to just calm the position down. You're going to exchange the queens. If white doesn't exchange the queens, that he's going to be in trouble. So d4, d6, I'm sorry, whoever is challenging me, I have to refuse. Knight g4, queen takes e4, queen e2, and after this exchange, it's a normal position in which, sorry, once again I have to refuse. I hope you can understand. So c3, defending the pawn, h5, getting the knight out of the way, knight to f2. Both sides will eventually castle kingside, and it's not going to be as explosive as the other lines. On the other hand, even though it does get rid of the queens, and even though it might be one of the most boring ways for black to play, I wouldn't recommend it, because I think white has a slight edge because of black's weak pawn structure. Now, if you count the material, black has an extra pawn for now, but all these three pawns are terribly weak, and you could say that the g2 pawn is the only real weakness in white's position. So I would rather have white, because I don't see how black defends these targets. In fact, f4 is dropping immediately. White either has a great outpost here, or if this pawn moves, then it's going to become an even bigger target. And you can imagine white's pieces coming into the center. For example, the f3 square is a perfect square for the white knight, for this knight. So I think it's much easier to play white here. So I wouldn't recommend the move queen to e7. Another move after knight to e5 is bishop to g7, and this is the so-called Paulsen defense, named after the great 19th century player Paulsen. Immediately putting pressure on the knight, and once again, a sideline for a reason. I really don't believe this is such a good move. Firstly, knight takes g4 isn't popular, and it gives black too much initiative. So knight g4, d5 immediately is bad for white. Your knight is now under attack. The queen is defending it, but black gets to open up the center as well, and this is too risky. So let's say d4. This would be the best move, just trying to stop all the aggression. d4, bishop f4, queen d4, bishop d4, c3. I like black here. So black still has 6 pawns. This pawn is now incredibly strong. And if black manages to play f5, then this pawn is going to be a real menace. So I wouldn't recommend taking on g4 immediately. So after bishop to g7, the main move is d4, defending the knight. And only now, d6, knight takes g4. So the difference is that if now black plays d5, you can play e5, or you can take. You don't have to have an open center to black's advantage. Bishop takes g4, queen takes g4, bishop takes d4, knight to c3. And now, of course, white has 6 pawns, black has 7. White didn't manage to regain his pawn, but this position is much more favorable because you are going to be able to round up the f4 pawn and castle long. So this is going to be fine. Knight f6, queen to f3, queen e7, bishop takes f4, knight bd7, castles. I like this position for white. You do have an isolated king's pawn, but you can most probably liquidate that with the move e5 at some point, especially if the king remains in the center, in which case it's far too risky to open up the e-file for black. So a solid position. That's why I wouldn't recommend the move bishop to g7. I mean, it's a fine defense, but the main lines are the main lines for a reason. So after knight to e5, if you play the king's gambit and you play the Kaiseritsky gambit, which is one of the main lines, you have to be prepared for this as well. And I'm only telling you this because if you encounter a move such as bishop to g7 or h5 during the game, it might happen to you the same as it happened to me, that you see the move for the first time, and it's really hard to punish the move h5 or bishop to g7, or to know that white is actually equal here as opposed to the main lines if you don't prepare that in advance. So spend a couple of hours, study these variations, and just be ready to defeat them. Remember that here you shouldn't take on g4. This is one key thing which you would probably lose 5 or 10 minutes over during a game to figure out. So remember that bishop g7, you play d4 defending your knight. If black takes, that's fine. The f4 pawn is still hanging. The g4 pawn is hanging now. It's hard to open up the bishop because you're going to simply exchange the pawn. So he can't take. d6, knight takes g4, bishop g4, queen g4, bishop d4, knight to c3. A fine position. You're going to take on f4, castle long, and your king is safe. Your pawns are safer than white's, and it's a fine line. Okay, and let's go over the main line now. So after knight to e5, knight to f6 is the most popular move. This is the so-called Berlin defense in the Kaiseritsky gambit. It doesn't have anything to do with the Berlin defense in the Spanish game, in the Roy Lopez. Of course, this is just a variation of the Kaiseritsky gambit. After knight to f6, 2 moves are possible. 2 moves are good. There's another move which I really wouldn't recommend. It's too risky. I don't like it for white, and that's the move knight to g4. Because now after knight takes e4, d3, chasing the knight away, knight g3, I just like black. And in many variations, black ends up taking this rook, but then loses. But I wouldn't bluff with that. So if black doesn't know these variations, you might be okay. But if he does, then you're in trouble. So let's say, okay, knight g4, knight takes e4, d3, knight to g3, which is the main move, trying to exchange the awkward knight. Bishop takes f4, attacking the knight, and now the main move is queen e7, bishop e2, and here rook to g8 is the best move. You can see that the knight is now hanging because the bishop is pinned. If after bishop to e2 the knight takes on h1, then white is considerably better, and there's a fairly specific reason for that. And that reason is the move to g5, move bishop to g5, because this move now almost forcibly wins the queen. The engines will tell you that the best move here is h6, which is ridiculous from a human perspective, but after bishop to g5, try and defend the queen. f6 is out of the question, of course, because bishop takes. Okay, that doesn't work. Or knight takes, in fact, we check. f6 doesn't work. So after bishop to g5, let's say queen to b4 check. This is one defense which I considered. c3, let's say queen to b6. Okay. Knight to f6 check. How do you defend this position? The best move is to take the knight. I mean, there's just no easy defense. And if black isn't careful, first of all, if black moves the queen, then this is going to be checkmate, even. because there's this bishop coming. So let's say here after king d8, knight d5 wins the queen. But let's say the queen after c3 went here, so it isn't attacked. Queen to a5. In this position, knight f6 check. King here. What do you do? How do you defend this? How do you defend this position? Let's see what the engine says. Knight here check. King here. Bishop here, yeah, and queen to e2 is coming. There's just no easy defense. There's no defense at all, in fact. +7, +8. So it's quite easy to get in trouble with the black pieces here. Let's go back to this position. So knight takes g4. This is a line which I don't like. Let's go over that once again. So, okay. Knight takes g4 is the sideline which I wouldn't recommend. Okay, knight takes e4, d3, knight g3, bishop takes f4, queen to e7, bishop to e2. This is the position you're going to get. Now, if you want to bluff and count on the fact that black is going to take on h1 here, then fine, you're going to win this position. But if in this position, after bishop to e2, black continues with rook to g8, then you're in trouble. And none of these things work anymore, and the position is equal, slightly better for black, but all of your pieces are locked down, and I would prefer to have black here. The best move here is bishop takes g3, rook takes g4, exchanging the pieces. Once again, the bishop is pinned, so the rook isn't hanging. Bishop to f2 here. Both sides have their two bishops, both sides have a knight, but I think that black is definitely safer. The engines think it's about equal, slightly better for black, but I think it's beyond comparison, definitely. I think black is much better. Let's say rook takes g2. Count the material. 5 pawns, black has 6, and black has a safer king, and the only thing black is lacking is development, but he's about to develop. Let's say bishop h6, let's say knight to c6, d6 or d5, and bishop somewhere, and white is in trouble. So I wouldn't recommend this line. So after the move knight to f6, the Berlin defense in the Kizaritsky Gambit, there are two moves which are fine. One of them is far better. If white doesn't play the main move here, which is bishop to c4, if white plays d4, then black is basically forcing white to exchange his f-pawn for the white e-pawn, which is of course unfavorable. So the one sideline I would like to look at after knight to f6 is the move d4, and after d6, white retreats to d3, knight takes e4, taking white's e-pawn, and queen to e2, bishop e7, bishop takes f4. You have just traded your e-pawn for black's doubled f-pawn, and this I think isn't a good idea. Even though this is the second most popular move, I think that if you consider the main chess rules, that the center pawns are more valuable, and if you consider the fact that you are basically letting black trade off his doubled pawns, his main weakness in the position, then why would you do that? So, and this is inevitable if you play the move d4, and I think this is just a bad idea. Let's say knight c6 here, c3, knight f6, knight d2, bishop g7, bishop g5, castles, knight f4, bishop f5, castles. The position is better for black. It's just better for black. It's not winning, but it's about -1. So I really don't think you should play the move d4. First of all, this bishop is a monster. It's going to be really hard to trade off. Secondly, pawn to h5 could come. Pawn to h6 first, in fact, forcing the trade here. And once black defends his g5 pawn, g4 pawn, then black is fine. And I hate this position for white. So in the main line of the Kizaritsky, I would recommend the main move and nothing else. Bishop to c4. It's the main move for a reason, because now black doesn't have time for d6. Black just doesn't have time because f7 is hanging. Okay, the main move here, therefore, is the move d5. Similar to the knight attack in the Italian, when you attack the f7 from g5. So e d5, the same idea. Bishop to d6, attacking the knight, d4, defending the knight, knight h5, castles, rook takes f4. Why rook takes f4? Bishop takes f4 is a sideline, and it's inferior to rook takes f4. You're best of getting rid of the exchange, and this is the main line of the King's Gambit accepted. So if black accepts the gambit, if white plays knight f3, which is the main line, if black continues with g5, which is the classical and the main line, and white goes for the Kizaritsky gambit, which is the most popular gambit in the main line, this is what you can expect. This position is better for black, first of all. But white has tremendous initiative and great attacking chances, and you can see that visually. These bishops are great. This queen is looking at g4 already. The g file is open and it's not clear to whose advantage. The rook is perfectly placed. Your knight is going to come to e4, which is an undefended square, and of course the move f5 would weaken it. So even though white is objectively worse here, white has great potential. Let's say you take with the bishop. Let's say you don't take. I think you have to take here after black castles, because there's always there's always an issue of f3, so I wouldn't want to allow that. The move knight to c3 has been played once and black lost, so bishop takes f4 and rook takes f4 are the main moves. After bishop f4, queen takes h4, we are looking at too many threats by black, and one simple continuation: bishop h6 saving the bishop, rook e8, queen to d2, knight to g3, rook takes f7. Let's say you get greedy, you lose, and this position is just horrible. You can see that you lose the queen, so it's far too risky to take with the bishop, because after queen takes h4, bishop h6, you don't really have any good options. Let's say bishop takes f4, queen takes h4. What is a good way to play? There are in fact no games in the live book. The engine thinks this is -4. Okay, bishop h6. The engine thinks, yeah, rook to e8 here, queen to d2. I don't think there's a defense to this. This is too strong for black. But after castles, if you take with the rook, you're happy to give the exchange, because this knight is strong on h5, and the knight coming to g3 with the queen looking at h4 is a too scary thing to have around your king. So give up the exchange. Knight takes f4, bishop takes f4, queen takes h4, and the difference is that you now have the move g3. You have solidified your position, all of your key pieces in the center. You can develop the rest of your pieces, and your queen is still eyeing the g4 pawn, so in some positions you might take it, and this is far safer. Now, according to the engines, better for black. Of course, if black plays well, then every line in the King's Gambit main variations is better for black, but this is playable for white. Let's see a sample continuation. Queen h5, knight c3 developing, bishop f5, bishop to e2, looking at the g4 pawn. Now it's attacked 3 times, king h8, knight b5, trying to get rid of black's very strong bishop on d6, bishop to e4, attacking the d5 pawn, knight d6. This is just an empty threat, it doesn't really matter. That's why white could have ignored it, because the queen is going to take the d4 pawn, but the king is going to look safe on c1. So let's say knight d6, queen h1, king f2, queen g2, king e1, c d6, knight g4, queen g1 check. The king is marching over to the queen side, and nothing really major is happening. Now, here if you count the material, white is an exchange down, and the number of pawns is equal. However, white has the bishop pair, and I think white's okay. I mean, of course you would rather have black, but I think the position for white is almost playable. White is going to capture here and, well, have some attacking chances. If you turned on the engine, -0.5, so better for black, but nothing major. And up until this point, wait, okay, queen h5. This is still theory, and there have still been around 8 games from this position, so this main line of the Kizaritsky is highly theoretical, and grandmasters choose to play it for a reason. And this, what I'm showing you, are just the main lines, and these are the best defensive moves for black. But as white, you need to consider that you play the King's Gambit because you are waiting for black to make a mistake, and during these 10 or 15 moves, black can go wrong on every single step, so be prepared for that as well. Okay, this is what I wanted to show you. Thanks very much for watching. Let me know what you think of the Kizaritsky Gambit, and stay tuned for more chess. See you later. Bye-bye. Hi everyone, Stjepan here. In today's video I'm going to be covering traps in the King's Gambit, and once again I would like to ask you to comment below with, well, answer the question from the previous video: which traps would you like to see covered in which opening? Okay, I've put on this little tab from Lichess so that you can see which move we are on, so that it makes it easier to follow. Also, you can try to copy moves in your own databases or something. If you'd like a study for all the traps, you can find it on my Patreon page. Okay, the first thing I should say, there are two disclaimers. Firstly, I haven't covered all the traps in the King's Gambit because they are basically countless, as opposed to all other sound openings, and let's call the King's Gambit sound for now. Basically, in every variation of the King's Gambit, there are 5 or 6 tricky moves which could happen and trap your opponent in some way. So I tried to limit the traps to something that could happen in real games. And the second disclaimer is some of the traps are unsound. Some of them basically give your opponent a +3, +4 advantage and they lose by force, but it's not easy to figure out why. Okay, and also, lastly, before we begin, please, if you know any traps that fit all the categories I mentioned and I haven't covered them, please just paste the PGN in the comments or message me on Leechess or whatever, and I will try composing part 2 of this video, because basically there are probably 100 traps that could be in here. Okay, we're going to start with one of my favorites, if not my favorite, and this one is absolutely sound. It happened in Alekhaine's game or Alyokin's game in 1911, and it starts in the King's Gambit Declined. So after bishop c5, knight to f3 is the most normal move, pawn to d6, knight to c3. This is the main line that's played today, and there are hundreds of Grandmaster games in this line, and that's why it's highly likely this could happen in tournament games. And by the way, when I started studying the King's Gambit, long after I've recorded the series on it, which if you haven't seen, you should see it before this, I was looking forward to playing this in a tournament game, but I never got enough courage to actually play the King's Gambit in a tournament game. So if you're less of a coward than I am, this is going to be very useful, because this is very likely to happen. Okay, knight f6. Bishop c4, we are still following the main line. There are some deviations, but I don't want to waste time on that now. Knight c6, d3, bishop g4, this is all still very normal. And knight a4 is the main move. And in this position, Grandmasters today play bishop to b6. And after bishop to b6, the game should be about equal. But ef4 is okay. ef4 is still pretty close to equal, and there is basically not much wrong with the move. And in this position, Alyokin played knight c5, just grabbing the bishop pair, and after dc5, he took on f4. Okay, his opponent played a weird move here. You could play a couple of normal moves, which you could even take on f3 and be fine. Not that it's a good move. You could castle, you could play queen e7, queen d7. His opponent played knight h5, going for the bishop pair, and this is problematic because of bishop e3. It's a simple attack on the pawn on c5. Still, if you want to have a normal game, you can defend the pawn, you can do whatever. But this next blunder made this game extremely famous, and it's one of my favorite queen sacrifices because it's absolutely forced. And after the next move, white is winning. Black played knight e5, trying to get the bishop pair back and also maybe ruining the pawn structure on the king side. Probably just taking on c4 was the idea. His opponent was unknown, at least I haven't heard of him. And now the queen sacrifice. Knight takes e5, and this is forced. It's all forced. If you don't take the queen, then you're just down a knight, and you're going to lose a bishop as well if you move your bishop somewhere, or you're going to lose another piece. So bishop takes d1, and now bishop takes f7. Check. And again, this could happen in your games. There are two options, king f8 and king e7. King f8 is easier to refute, I think. If you play king f8, then white simply castles. You don't take this bishop. And if, well, you are threatening a ton of discoveries here, so let's assume knight f6. This is the best move. Just bishop c5, and black has to give up the queen. There is no other move. And after king e7, which is what happened in the game, Again, bishop c5. This is forced. King to f6. You can castle. You can play king f1, rook f1. Excuse me. The point is to get the rook into the game. Alekhine castled in the game, and now it's basically forced mate. Whatever happens, if you take on e5, then it's mate in 1 with rook f5 because the bishops cover all the squares. If you play king g5, that's a bit more resistant, but now bishop e3. And again, this is going to lead to mate, king h4, and after rook f5, you're threatening mate on h5, and you're threatening mate on f2. So let's say g6, preventing one of them, just bishop f2. And after knight g3, you can take with the pawn or with the bishop, both win. So this, I would say, is the most theoretical trap, and it comes from the most theoretical position. I think it's extremely likely to have this on the board if you play the King's Gambit. By the way, yeah, as you can see it on the screen, his opponent's name is Stenner. I don't know. There's a theory that this actually wasn't a game, but that it was analysis of their game that ended in a draw. I don't know. Could be. Okay, the next trap is insane. This comes from the Ghulam Qasim Gambit, which is an opening I've never heard of before I started researching for this video. Okay, so in this position, ef4, we are looking at the King's Gambit accepted, and I don't know if you can see the number of games here. Okay, you cannot. Knight f3, which is the main move. g5, this is the main line, which if you play the King's Gambit, you are familiar with. And in this position, g4, which is again one of the main moves. And here, usually white castles, and that's a lot of games. Knight e5 can be played. But in this game, in this position, Zimmer, which is a game this became famous in, played pawn to d4. And this is called the Ghulam Qasim Gambit. Now this position is almost completely unsound. Black is -3, -4, -5, but if you try to defend that with black, it's almost impossible. At least I couldn't unless I've prepared the position in advance. So this is a great idea. Because it comes from one of the main lines in the King's Gambit accepted, you probably could have this on the board at least 2 out of 10 games. If you choose to play d4, of course, in this position. So let's say gf3. Okay, they take the knight, that's the point. And in this position, it's actually more common to play queen takes f3, and this was actually played by Alexander Fier. He is the highest rated. Well, actually, there's another grandmaster who played this, but Fier is the. I'm looking for a word different than celebrity. He's not a celebrity. He's the most known grandmaster who played this. Celebrity. Okay, but we are looking at castles, which is even riskier for white, but stronger if black makes a mistake. Now, the way to play this position for black to keep equality and to stay in the game and to have an advantage potentially is completely engine-like. Like, you would have to either spend a ton of time or be prepared or use an engine to find all of these ideas. Now, the only way to play for an advantage for black is to play d5, firstly give up a pawn, which is fine since you're up a piece, and after ed5 to play bishop g4, which again seems really weird, giving up a second pawn with tempo, but after gf3, bishop h3, black should be better. Now, if you find this, then you're either really good, or you know the position, or you're using an engine. But coming back to this position, after gf3, which will happen in all Ghulam Qasim gambits, because that's the only way to refute it, and castles, if black makes a very obvious mistake of f takes g2, it's game over. And this is actually what happened in the game Zimmer-Miller. Okay, now bishop takes f7 check, and this is forced. Everything is forced from here on. King takes f7, queen h5. You're getting all of your pieces into play. King g7 was played, rook takes f4, knight f6 was played, queen to g5 was played, king f7, and now simply e5. And at this point, I don't think the engine announces mate yet, but I think it's like +10. So for example, in the game bishop g7 was played, but well, there is no other way to defend the knight. So probably everyone would play bishop g7, queen h5, the knight is pinned, king f8, and now rook f6. And after bishop f6, ef6, queen f6, again, most people would play this, simply bishop h6. And in the game, in this position, black resigned. I don't know what to suggest. If you go king e7, I have bishop g5. If you go king g8, I have mate in 2 with queen e8 and queen f8. I think this is absolutely stunning. And if I were playing the King's Gambit in a tournament game, in this position, which has occurred many times and is likely to happen, I would go for d4, because after gf3 and castles, if black doesn't know that fg2 loses, then, I mean, white just wins all the games. Okay, let's move on to the next one. This one happens in the knight g5 line in the King's Gambit Accepted, which is called the Algar Gambit. Now, again, that's very uncommon and could probably confuse your opponents early on, because if you play the King's Gambit, you know stuff, and black has one defense, so they probably don't know a lot. So e4, knight f3, g5, h4, we know this already, so we are not playing for d4. We play knight g5. Okay, the Kizeritsky with knight e5 is way more common, which we are going to have a look at some traps in the Kizeritsky as well. Okay, after knight g5, d5 is the way to sort of punish the opening. And after e d5, queen to e7 check. You go king f2. And there's a way for black to win this position, which I think most people would find. After king f2, white is lost, but it's a good attempt. And it's a trap that's completely unsound, but if your opponent is inexperienced, they shouldn't be able to find the next move. In the game, in one of the games I was looking at, h6 was played, which is not a good move, and it should lose. If black plays g3, it's actually a forced win, and it's a really nice forced win. After king g1, black plays bishop g4, and this bishop cannot be taken. And if you don't take the bishop, you just win a piece after bishop e2. If queen takes g4, then it's forced mate after queen c5, and this white can just keep giving up pieces. So black should be winning in that position. Okay, let's just start from the beginning. So knight g5, d5, this is all very normal. E d5, queen e7. If white wants to avoid risking this line with g3, then white plays queen e2, and white is slightly worse. Close to equal, but slightly worse. I think practically black should be better with these two pawns. But if white plays king f2, then it's either win or lose, and it's win or lose in the next move. If black doesn't play g3, then black has nothing. In the game, as I said, black played h6, and now it's... I don't think it's a forced mate, but almost. Bishop b5 check. You're threatening rook e1. So it's either mate or you win the queen. So king d8 was played in the game, which makes sense, avoiding the loss of your queen and also avoiding checkmate for now. But still, rook e1. Queen c5 check, the only move to save your queen and prevent mate. But after d4, again, you only have one option. You have to take the bishop. If you don't take the bishop, then rook e1, rook e8 is mate. So black took the bishop, and knight f7 check, king d7, and queen takes g4 is checkmate. And this is one of the unsound traps, but in a blitz game, in a bullet game, even in a rapid game, it's not easy to find this mating idea with bishop g4. So again, d5, ed5, queen e7, king f2. If g3, which is not a hard move to find, excuse me, if g3, king g1, black still has to be extremely careful, but not as much. Even if they don't find bishop g4, your rook is not able to come to e1, but you should be able to survive with something like d4. But yeah, if black doesn't find g3, then game over. Okay, the next one is pretty simple, but I think it's very effective. Okay, we are looking at the bishop's gambit in this one, and we're looking at ed5 on move 6. Okay, so ef4, bishop c4, on move 4, excuse me, ed5. In this position, you can play ed5 or bishop d5. Bishop d5 is slightly more popular. After ed5, black continues queen h4, which usually isn't the best idea, but it actually sets up a trap here. So with the bishop still on c4, since white hasn't played bishop takes d5, your queen is actually attacking the bishop as well. So after d5, if white takes with the bishop, just don't go for that because it doesn't make as much sense. After ed5, queen h4 actually comes with a threat. So g3 of course cannot be played, so king f1. And now we set up a trap with f3. We are attacking the bishop, we are threatening f takes g2. And I don't know what to suggest. Yeah, I should say that f3 is not the best move. Bishop d6, as you can read here, should be played. That's almost a theoretical position. And now what happened in one game, I don't know who played it. I think it was unknown players. White continued queen e1 and just lost immediately. And after queen e1, king e1, you just win the rook. There are other ways to avoid losing your bishop and losing the g2 pawn, and the best one is bishop b5. After bishop b5, the engine says the position is equal and black is not better, like after bishop d6 on move 5, but I would still rather be black. Let's look at the line. So bishop b5 check, bishop d7 just blocking the check, bishop takes, knight takes, and they take on f3. And after something like queen h5 or queen f6 even, and castling queenside, I think I would rather be black. The material is, well, white is still a pawn up, but after queen h5, you're probably going to regain the pawn because they shouldn't have time to defend it. Sometimes white has ideas of d6, sacrificing a pawn, but that shouldn't be as scary. Also, I should mention that after f3, they cannot take here because you take the bishop. So I think this is a nice trap. So after d5 in the bishop's gambit, if they take with the e-pawn, remember that this bishop is loose. This is a common tactical pattern. Okay, next one is by Paul Morphy. I don't know who his opponent is. You can read it here, Buczynski. I have no idea. I've never heard of him. I know this game from way back, but I don't know his opponent. Again, we are looking at the bishop's gambit, but here we are going to be looking at 4 bishop d5. Okay, Morphy has the black pieces. He continues with knight f6, which is fine. Knight c3 is all normal stuff. And bishop to b4. Now here, people play knight f3. And knight f3 is played to prevent any queen infiltrations. You want to castle. It's a theoretical move, and it has happened many times. Now, his opponent, obviously not a strong player, played pawn to d3. Now the knight is pinned. Therefore, you can grab this bishop without white being able to recapture. And that opens up the e-file. So I think that's very scary, and many weaker players could play d3 in this position. Again, after bishop b4, which is a theoretical position, it takes one mistake, which is natural, to have a big advantage with black. Morphy continued knight d5, ed5, and simply castles, preparing to either win this pawn. If, for example, knight f3, you can play queen d5. or you can play bishop g4. I'm not sure which is better. But his opponent, again, played a normal move a weaker player would play. He tried to defend his pawn. And now rook e8. Knight e2, the only way to defend if you don't want to misplace your king. Bishop c3, the knight is pinned. So he undefended the knight on e2 once more. bc is forced. Queen h4 check. Queen f2 is correct, and white should be slightly better, I think, after queen f2, because black really has to retreat the queen and then still has to develop his pieces. White is a pawn up. Well, white isn't a pawn up, but I think the f4 pawn is going to drop almost immediately after queen f2. So, for example, bishop takes f4. But his opponent played g3. And now, which again, a weaker player could play g3. It's not that it couldn't happen. And bishop g4 ends the game. I think his opponent resigned here, although I'm not sure. There are two versions of the game, which I managed to find. Now, if king f2, trying to basically swap queens, it doesn't work because you take on e2 first. And if king takes, you take the queen with check. And if queen takes, you don't take the queen, giving up your own queen with equal material. You play fg3 check. And after hg3, you don't take the rook because they take your bishop. You play queen f6 and win a whole queen. And after bishop g4, if gh4, then bishop takes f3, and this is hanging twice, this is hanging, so I don't know what to suggest, everything loses. So this again is something that could happen. This is one of the main lines in the bishop's gambit, and if they go d3, grab the bishop castle, threaten rook e8, and I mean, you're not winning, but you have an advantage. Excuse me. Okay, the next trap I want to show you is by Greco from 1600 or the 1600s. And if you look for King's Gambit traps, you can find, I want to say, 10 games played by him, which are under 15 moves. Not that all of them are traps, but all of them are pretty quick wins. And here we are looking at the Salvio Gambit. Okay, so ef4, knight f3, g5, bishop c4, g4, and knight e5. Okay, now in this position, the correct way to play is queen h4. That should be said immediately. And this I actually found in a book. This game I found in a book, but I don't remember the name of the book. And I remember I found it in a book because it gave an inferior continuation. There's an even quicker way to win than what happened in the game. Okay, so in this game, knight h6 was played. And knight h6 is an okay move. The position should be about equal. Seems to defend the pawn somehow. And if white castles, white is okay. He is going to play d4 and take the pawn on f4. If white grabs the pawn, it's over. Because this bishop is loose, this knight will be loose after the d-pawn moves, and sometimes the queen is going to be trapped if you take the knight. So queen h4 was played in the game, and it should be close to winning. Queen h4 check. After queen h4 check, knight f2 trying to defend, you go d5. And if e d5, then knight g4. And should be better for black, not winning, but... And this is the reason queen h4 isn't precise. And if bishop d5, then of course bishop g4. This is what happened in the game, which is why the book says, wow, queen h4 completely winning. But I'm not sure about that. After d5, e d5... You have to start putting pressure on the knight. He defends. You move the king away. You should be able to win, but it's not that clear. But in this position, if they take the pawn on g4, you don't play queen h4. You play d5. And this is incredible. If bishop d5, that's the simplest move to refute, we play bishop g4 and we win the queen. That's it. If e d5, we play bishop g4 and win the queen. Fine. If bishop to e2, trying to defend the knight, we play knight g4, bishop g4, and queen h4, and we win the bishop. The only tricky move to see is bishop b5, because it seems that your knight could be loose on h6. So after c6, let's say knight h6. And if you recapture, then white moves the bishop away and everything is fine. But you don't recapture and you don't take on b5, you play queen h4. And now there are no options, basically. If king e2, you have bishop h6. And if king f1, then d4. And this is hard to find. This is engine analysis, but there is no way to defend all of your pieces. For black, this is hanging, f3 is hanging. If they save the bishop, for example, you can just go f3 and try to open things up. If gf3, then bishop h6, and of course black should be winning here with the rook coming to g8. With this bishop being able to go here, it should be over. So yeah, this is a nice trap. Knight h6, which isn't a precise move, but it's not worse than equal. I think after knight h6 and castles, it's equal. It's not worse than that. Okay, the next one is probably the simplest and most famous one. This is sort of the knight d6 trap in the Caro-Kann. This is the 4-move mate trap in the King's Gambit declined, but I still had to show it because, I mean, you have to know this. After bishop c5 declining the gambit, if white is playing the King's Gambit for the first time and they take the pawn, then you simply win with queen h4. And of course king e2 is mate, and g3 wins the rook with queen e4 check. This is a famous pattern which you have to be familiar with. So remember that if you play the King's Gambit and they decline it, think 5 times before grabbing the pawn on e5. Okay, this one I really like. This is another Greco game, although I think it happened in an Alekhine game as well. We are looking at the King's Gambit declined again. So bishop c5, knight f3, d6, c3, queen e7. And this actually happened in a recent game as well. Let me try to find it. Yeah, this actually happened in 12 master games. The highest rated player with white was Peter Martin, which I guess is Slovenian, but I'm not sure. So this is still sort of a theoretical position. d6 is very theoretical, and c3 is more than 200 games. Usually players with black play knight f6, bishop b6, saving or tucking the bishop away is also possible. Bishop g4 is possible. f5 is also possible, but it's very tricky. And queen e7 is the move we are looking at, which, as I said, has been played 14 times on master level, has been played 200 times on Lee chess. And you go d4, attacking the bishop. So they take e d4. By the way, the idea behind queen e7 is to put pressure on e4. So after e takes d4, black thinks he's threatening queen e4, but you just take on d4. And now, of course, bishop b6 is the move. You save the bishop and you're fine. Not bishop b4, because knight c3 develops a piece and the bishop has no future on b4. But if they blunder with queen e4, then white wins. You go king f2, which is incredible. King f2 plus 7. The game is completely over. You have a hanging bishop and you're only a pawn up, so you have to save your bishop. If you play bishop b6, for example, which should be the best move, then bishop b4 check. And the idea is the same. We saw the same idea previously. Rook e1 and mate or winning the queen. So for example, knight c6, rook e1, or c6, rook e1, that doesn't really matter. This is one of my favorites again, and I think it's likely to happen. Queen e7 is a strange move, but it's a very human move because it puts pressure on an undefended pawn. Okay, this one, this is the King's Gambit accepted. I don't think the variation has a specific name, but if you know the Queen's Gambit accepted lines for white, then this is going to seem similar. So take the pawn, knight f3, g5, this is the main line, bishop c4, which is slightly strange, but okay. still one of the main moves. And if they try h6, which isn't a good move, you continue h4. And now this is what happens in the Queen's Gambit accepted when they have a pawn on c4, and sometimes you have those queen f3 ideas winning the rook, but sometimes you simply threaten to win the pinned pawn. And after h4, black has to play something normal, like bishop to g7, or just bishop g7 defends everything. But if they try f6, and this is really nice, you don't have, well, your bishop isn't here otherwise, and your queen isn't here, and there's a hole on h7. But if they try f6, there are two really tempting moves. I would like you to calculate both before damn, you can see this on the screen. Oh, maybe you cannot. Okay, I'm not sure how cropped it is. Calculate knight e5 and knight takes g5 and figure out which is better, which wins, which loses. Okay, pause the video if you want to. Okay, knight g5 doesn't work. Knight g5 doesn't work because you would like to get your queen to h5. That's the idea of mate. Of course, if f takes g5, then you still win. This is forced mate. You just check, and king e7 and queen f7. And this is a common mating pattern: queen d5, king e7, and queen e5. So this sequence of moves, queen h5, king e7, queen f7, king d6, queen d5, and queen e5, is a very common mate, not only in this variation, but in many King's Gambit variations, so remember that. However, after knight g5, hg5, black is winning, because you don't have a square for your queen. And knight g5 is therefore a huge mistake. However, knight e5 wins in all variations, simply because the h5 square cannot be covered. So if knight e5, first let's have a look at h5, which covers the checking square. So this is probably what I would try in a game if I had the black pieces here. If they try h5, then bishop f7 or knight f7 win almost immediately. It should be like plus 20. So bishop f7 check is more forced, I think, so you should go for this. King e7, knight g6 check, they take your bishop, take on h8, and after king g7 you take on h5, and eventually you're going to be winning this position. I think the engine says the best move is g4, that's why I went for that variation, although I'm not sure, but this should be winning enough. Also, after h5, if you want to keep it safer, then simply knight f7, and after they move the queen, you go knight h8, and again, this should be winning. So h5 doesn't work. Taking the knight doesn't work. If they take the knight, then it's the same pattern. We go queen h5, and I hope you remember it by now, queen e7, king e7, queen f7, king d6, queen d5, king e7, queen e5, mate, same pattern. And one more move, if they try blocking the bishop instead of the queen to avoid mate, they don't avoid mate because of queen h5, again king e7, queen f7, king d6, and we just pick up the pawn, so it's the same thing, king e7, and now we can throw in a knight check somewhere, for example knight g6, and mate on f7. We could have also played knight c6. No, we actually couldn't have played knight c6 because then the king has the d6 square. So knight g6 is most precise. Okay, so I think if black doesn't have a lot of experience facing the King's Gambit, h6 is a natural bad move, and then f6 is a natural blunder weaker players are going to make. So just remember, not knight takes g5, but knight e5. Okay, the next one comes from the Bishop Gambit, and we are looking at ef4, bishop c4. And if they go queen h4 straight away, king f1. Now, knight f6 is the theoretical move, and I want to say black is slightly better, but I actually prefer white in these positions, because as soon as black plays queen h4, I have this tempo with knight f3, and then I expand with d4, and so on. But it should be about equal. Bishop c5, though, threatening mate in 1 is a mistake, and it's a big mistake. And this, in many King's Gambit variations, is the way to punish bishop c5, and you just go d4. Once the bishop retreats, you go knight f3, and this is why queen h4 is a dubious move. Let's say this is an old move. People don't play queen h4 anymore. They play knight f6. In the game I was looking at knight f3. Well, knight f3 sets up a trap because it threatens to trap the queen, sort of. So black should play a very unintuitive queen f6, and I think this is a very hard move to play because you're running into e5. Still, this is the only move to stay in the game, and this is the only move to keep something close to equality. If you go queen g4, you lose by force, and this again is a very common pattern. I hope you can all see this. Bishop f7, and the reason I'm showing you this trap is because of this pattern, same as this queen h5, queen f7 stuff. Of course, if king f7, then you win the queen, and if king e7, this is why this one is slightly trickier. You go h3, the queen doesn't really have squares, so it has to go to g3. And now there are two ways to win the queen. You can either do this, or you can do this. So this is another pattern you have to remember. If you have the queen stuck on g3 and these bishop takes f7 sacrifices, then either knight c3, knight e2, or bishop d2, bishop e1. For example, let's look at knight c3, it's the same thing. There is nothing he can do. The best thing to do is actually take the bishop. The point is, even though the g6 square frees up for the queen once you gain a tempo, you have this check. So for example, king takes, knight here and here. It's the same pattern, and this is going to be a recurring theme in King's Gambit games, which is why these traps should really be used. Well, you can use them as traps, but you can also use them as patterns of attack for both colors. Okay, this is a queen trap in the Kizaritsky Gambit, and I think it's a very tempting one. This is in one of the main positions, and we are going to be following Grandmaster games up until move 9, so this is highly likely to happen, and the Kizaritsky is one of the main variations. So e4, knight f3, g5, h4, g4. Again, if you don't know the Kizaritsky, you can watch my video on it. It's knight e5. Knight f6, knight g4, knight e4. This is all mainline stuff. d3, knight g3, mainline stuff. Bishop f4, mainline stuff. King e7, bishop e2. And in this position, every strong grandmaster is going to play rook g8. It's simply the best move. But if you're playing somebody who doesn't know the Kizaritsky that well, even though they know it up until move 9, they could blunder here. And if they play knight takes h1, that's it. Bishop g5 actually wins the queen. And in one variation it doesn't, in only one, but you get a forced win, which is worst case scenario plus 20. It should be forced mate, but there are so many variations that you cannot expect a forced mate every time. Black play a weird move you don't know. The point is, after knight takes, the queen is trapped incredibly, and there are only a couple of squares the queen could go to. It could go here or on the diagonal, and that's about it. Queen e6 is the simplest losing move. You simply go knight f6, and this is going to be the pattern. King d8 only move, knight d5 double attack, and once the king moves, we win the queen. So we are going to be looking for this in all the variations. The same goes for queen d6. We have to look at these three moves now. If queen d6, then again knight f6 check. King e7 or king d8 doesn't really matter. You go here, you win the queen. If queen c5, same thing, knight f6 check. Again, doesn't matter where the king goes. We go here, we win the queen. And the only tricky move is queen to b4 check. After c3, which is forced, there are two moves, queen b5 and queen b2. Queen b2 is easy. And after queen b2, you go knight f6 check. They go king d8 or king e7. You go knight d5. They go king e8, and you go knight c7. this is checkmate. So the double threat is to win the queen and to mate. And after, in this position, bishop to e7 instead of king d8, you simply take, and after king to e8, you can go bishop a3 and you win the queen. Because if queen b5, again, knight c7. So queen b2 is kind of easy. Queen b5, as I wrote here, is the only variation where you mate instead of winning the queen, and you go knight f6 check. It's not a forced mate, as I said, but remember the patterns. Knight d5 check, king to d6. The king gets out, which is why it's not easy to checkmate. Now bishop f4 is possible, but I actually prefer c4, and after queen a5 check, b4. So this should be the way to checkmate. You only have so many squares to restrict the black king from, so it's not that hard. And this is completely winning, so and there are so many variations that I just don't want to go deeper. But yeah, in this position, which is one of the theoretical or the most theoretical positions on move 9 in the Kizaritsky, if they take the rook, they're busted. So you have to know how to punish it. So if they take the rook, bishop g5 wins. Okay, the next one is also in the Kizaritsky, but it's for black. And I like this one a lot. So again, ef4, knight f3, g5, h4, g4, knight e5. We know this. Bishop g7 is not a common move. I mean, it's not that rare. It has been played a couple of times in master games, but most people are going to expect knight f6 or d6. So once you go bishop g7, it actually sets up a trap. White should play d4, just securing the knight and have a normal game. But since you didn't play knight f6, trying to defend this pawn, or d6, chasing the knight away, they may just take on g4. They may think it's good. If they take on g4, it's over. You go d5, and I don't know what white should do. Let's turn on the engine, actually. It's not that winning for black. I don't think you can see the evaluation. It's plus 0.8. It says the best move is still pawn to d4, and then you just take the pawn. But if white wants to keep his pawn and they take on d5, then incredibly queen e7 is a winning move. Since you cannot block the checks. If you block the checks with either the queen or the bishop, they are pinned, so you can take the knight for free. And king f2, the only way to try and save the knight, simply fails. Because of bishop d4, king f3 trying to save the knight, bishop to g4, king takes g4, and now knight f6. And the king is going to be driven into a mating net. Of course, king f3, you have queen e4, so king h3. And now there are many variations, but I think one of the prettier ones is rook to g8, trying to restrict the king further with rook to g3 and threatening knight to g4. So if they make a mistake, like, I don't know, knight c3, then here and here and here. So that's the pattern. In any case, if after bishop g7 they take the pawn, you simply continue d5, and if they take again, you are winning with queen e7 check. Okay, the next one is from the Folkbeer counter gambit. So we are looking at d5, e5, and c6, and queen e2. Now queen e2 is an okay move. It's not the most popular, but many people are going to play it. Okay, and this is still a theoretical position, and it's going to be for a couple of more moves. So c takes d5, queen takes e5 check, bishop to e7, and now bishop b5 should be played. I don't think there are other really good moves. Maybe knight f3 is okay, but I'm not sure. The point is, in this position, which is still theoretical, if black tries to win your rook and takes on g7, it's over. You play bishop f6, and queen g3 is the only move. You have bishop h4. Now this is a simple trap, but for a bullet game, for a blitz game, against lower rated players, this is going to work. Firstly, because people have no idea what the Folkbeer counter gambit is on lower levels. Most of them don't know how to face it. And secondly, because many people are going to be tempted to take on g7. Okay, the last trap I want to show you is a trap Frank Marshall actually fell for in a simul. I can imagine how his opponent, Mr. Young, must have felt. You play against Frank Marshall and you just destroy him. Yeah. Okay, so we have the Lolly Gambit. That's a weird name, but it is called the Lolly Gambit. ef4, knight f3, g5, bishop c4, g4. And most of you probably know the Lolly Gambit, and that's bishop takes f7. This is completely unsound. Black is winning, and it's not even that hard. But black still has to be precise. So you take the bishop, of course. Now the main attempt here is knight e5, but that's, I think, easily refuted with king e8, and then if you take on g4, which again, what else do you do? Then knight f6, and if queen f4, then d6, and black's position is actually fine. You have too many pieces defending around your king. So what Marshall's opponent did is actually a more promising attempt, I think, and that's to castle. Of course, black is completely winning. So gf3 played, queen f3 played, which is correct. Queen f6, which is correct, trying to cover. And this position, if you play bishop takes f7, you are going to get this on the board. I think it's unavoidable, basically, unless black doesn't take your knight, which is absurd. Okay, so d4, this was played, and that's still the best attempt. I mean, you're losing as white, but you want to play it tricky. Queen takes d4, bishop e3. Okay, of course you cannot take the bishop with the pawn because the pawn is pinned. So the queen retreats because the threat is queen f4. Knight c3 getting another piece into play. Knight e7 trying to bring some defenders. Bishop takes f4, and now d6 was played, which is fine. And Marshall's opponent played queen h5, and this is why the position is tricky. What do you actually do? The best way to play this position is queen g6, which seems insane. That just seems insane. If you play queen g6, I would expect many bishop discoveries, and this position should be winning for black incredibly. Bishop takes d6, which I, as a human, just couldn't see. Of course, you're threatening to win the queen or to checkmate, so something has to be done. And his opponent played king to g7. And now, of course, bishop h6. I think this is likely to happen in a game. So let's have a look at that again. So if you want a completely crazy trap, then play the Lolly Gambit and give up the second piece and play this bishop e3 idea. I think if you play bishop takes f7, it's 50-50 that this is going to happen on the board. And knight c3, just bring your pieces in. Maybe black doesn't play knight e7, maybe he plays knight c6 or something, but you can still continue bishop f4 and queen h5. So the idea is to chase the queen away, maybe open up the d file. You can also take on f4 without playing, well, you actually cannot with d3. d3 could be too slow, because black can now do something else, otherwise you were threatening to push with d5. Yeah, okay, these are the traps I wanted to show you. I hope you like them. Again, comment below with which openings you would like to see covered, traps and which openings would you like to see covered. And also, the traps I missed, please let me know, paste them below, or email or message me on Lichess. Thank you for watching, hope you liked the video, stay tuned for more chess. Bye bye. Hi everyone, Stefan here. I'll continue the series on the King's Gambit with the first variation of the King's Gambit declined. Let's get back to our position. So e4, e5, f4, and so far we've been looking at the move e takes f4, the accepted King's Gambit, and we've been looking at white's two main responses, knight to f3 and bishop to c4. And you could argue that after the move f4, the King's Gambit, which has one main purpose of dislodging the e5 pawn, it does make a lot of sense to simply take on f4, because since white is expanding on the flank and he is attacking your center in a sort of unnatural way, then you should at least have a pawn for that. So in my opinion, accepting the king's gambit is a much sounder option than declining it. But still, the declined king's gambit has been played less so on the highest level because and especially the Falkbeer counter gambit, which we are going to look over in this video, but it's still playable. Now the second way to decline the gambit would be the move bishop to c5, which is the classical variation and objectively much better than the Falkbeer counter gambit, but we are going to look at that in the next video. So once again, if you are unfamiliar with the ideas and principles of the king's gambit, you should watch the introductory video. I have linked it in the description below. And now let's go on. The Falkbeer counter gambit is when black gambits a central pawn with d5. So black doesn't take on f4, black instead offers his central d pawn to white and hopes to regain control of the game that way and to regain control of the center. Of course, this move does attack white's center, and black's main idea behind this move is to challenge white's center and basically to deprive white of his strong e-pawn, which can usually, when it comes to e5, stop black from developing naturally with knight to f6 or bishop to d6. So in many opening positions, black in the king's gambit likes to have his knight on f6 and his bishop on d6. And you can see that once the e-pawn is eliminated, and you can count on the fact that this pawn is either going to take on f4 or be taken, then if the e-pawn is still here, then e5 is a very real threat in black's position, and white often plays that. So the Falkbeer counter gambit is an aggressive way to challenge white's aggressive opening, and it's no longer played at the highest level because it's simply much worse than accepting the gambit or playing the classical variation, but still it's a fine opening and at the club level and in blitz chess and rapid chess especially it could be very useful. Now, one of the grandmasters that has played it is Onishchuk, and he played it during the 90s. We didn't have engines back then, at least not strong ones. So it seemed sounder than it actually was, but he had some nice wins, so you should watch, look at some of Onishchuk's games in the Falkbeer counter gambit. Okay, let's start. Firstly, the most common move here after d5 is the move e takes d5, and this is the only move that you are ever going to see from white. Let me just get one mistake out of the way at once. If after d5 white takes on e5 with the f-pawn, then his position is already lost. So remember that after e4, e5, f4, d5, if white takes on e5, then he loses with the move queen to h4 check, and this move now forces g3. And after queen takes c4 check, you can see that white is losing too much material. So if I turned on the engine after d5, you can see that the position is equal. F takes e5, -7 for black. So remember that. After the move d5, never play f takes e5. This just loses. So the main move e takes d5. And now black has three options. We are going to look at the sort of main move e takes f4. We are going to look at c6, the Nimzovich counter gambit, and we are going to look at the move e4, which is the strangest of all three options, and I would say the worst one. Now, the main move e takes f4 transposes to the modern defense, which we have covered in a separate video. You can check that out, so I'm not going to cover it here once again. Because now white's main and only move is knight to f3, and after, let's say, knight to f6, then this is now the modern defense. You can, let me show you how to enter that. So after e4, e5, f4, let's say black accepts immediately, e takes f4. Now knight to f3, d5, e takes d5. This is the same position. You can see it here. So it's the same thing if you enter it this way: e4, e5, f4. If he declines with d5, e d5, ef4, knight f3, you get the same position as in the king's gambit accepted. So e4, e5, f4, ef4, knight f3, d5, e takes d5. So the Falkbeer counter gambit most often transfers to the modern defense, transposes to the modern defense. And I guess with this move, by going for the Falkbeer counter gambit, you can force one thing, and I've been considering why anybody would play this, and I found, well, I concluded this. After e4, e5, f4, d5, by playing the counter gambit, the Falkbeer counter gambit, you're getting rid of the option for white to play bishop to c4. Let's go over that. So in the accepted king's gambit, the bishop's gambit is e4, e5, f4, e takes f4, and now white doesn't play knight to f3, he plays bishop to c4. And if you play the Falkbeer counter gambit, you can get the same position, but you basically force white to play knight to f3. So e4, e5, f4, d5, e takes d5, e takes f4, and now the move bishop to c4 is sort of redundant. You can play it in the modern as well, but knight to f3 is much more common. So you basically get, you can secure the fact that white is going to play knight to f3 in the king's gambit accepted. So that would be one thing. So no more about the main line of the Falkbeer because it transposes to the accepted king's gambit, the modern defense. Now let's look at the first variation. After d5, once again, e takes f loses, so e takes d5, f takes e loses, so e takes d5, and now c6. This is the Nimzowitsch counter gambit or the Nimzowitsch-Marshall counter gambit. And yeah, I forgot to mention the opening was invented by Ernst Falkbeer, who played it in the 19th century against Adolf Andersen. It's not really a good game, but I guess he deserved to have the variation named after him. And in the Nimzowitsch-Marshall counter gambit or the Nimzowitsch counter gambit, black sort of has the same idea as in the modern defense, but the difference is that he doesn't trade the e pawn for the f pawn. He trades the d pawn for the c pawn, and he gets a stronger center, and you can see that it's gambiting a pawn because, of course, after a move such as knight to c3 or d takes c6, black is now going to be a pawn down temporarily. But it's a very strong idea, and black is actually not far behind in development, and black is okay. White has three options. White can either play knight to c3, which is the main move, queen to e2, which is the second most popular, and d takes c6, which is accepting the gambit basically. And after d takes c6, you can see that black now has 6 pawns and white still has 8. So after knight c6, white is still a pawn up. White has 7, black has 6. So after c6, those three options, I would say that knight to c3 is the best one, and it's the main line for a reason. But let's go over the two sidelines first. First of all, d takes c6 helps black's development, and he's going to capture on f4 and be equal on pawns eventually anyway. So knight takes c6. The best move is bishop to b5, pinning the knight. E takes f4. Now the material is equal, but you can see that white's pawn structure is intact, and black has this strange pawn on f4, which can almost certainly be rounded up later on with a move such as d4, knight to f3 castles, and you already have two attackers on the pawn, the c1 bishop and the f1 rook. So I wouldn't say that the Nimzowitsch counter gambit is the best way to play, but if you know it well, you can of course surprise your opponent. White continues with knight f3, bishop d6, knight c3, knight to e7, normal development, d4. This has to be played at some point, castles, and a normal position in which black is supposed to be slightly better. I'm not sure why though the engines like black. I would just like to have white because any endgame is better for me. This is a weakness, and the fact that black has 4 to 2 on the king side is almost meaningless, but white's 4 to 2 on the queen side is huge, and you can see that white can easily create a passed pawn along the d file, and it's almost unstoppable. If there were no pieces on the board, white would be just winning, completely winning. So in this position, after c6, if you decide to play d takes c6 and knight takes c6 for white, you need to remember that this pawn majority is going to have a huge say in the endgame, and your main goal here with white pieces, even though you play the king's gambit and you want to have an explosive game, trade off all the pieces and utilize your 4 to 2 on the queen side to win the endgame easily. The second sideline is queen to e2, simply putting pressure on the e5 pawn. But this now gives black the option to capture on d5, cd5, f takes e5. You can also take with the queen, but I think it's much better to bring your pawn closer to the center, and you hope that you can play the move d4 and solidify this pawn chain. So if you imagine the pawns being after f takes e5, d4 and c3, then this pawn chain would be amazing and white would have a great game. Once again, here the material, white has 7 pawns, black has 6 pawns, so a proper gambit. Knight c6, knight to f3. I'm sorry, whoever is challenging me, I have to decline. Bishop to g4, pinning the knight. Now this pawn is under pressure. Knight to c3. And this sort of provokes the move d4, but the knight is great on e4, so d4, knight e4, queen d5, this is the main line. And now your pawn is attacked twice, so if you defend with d3, then black can obviously take it. But the problem is if you defend with knight to f2, which is the main move, black takes it anyway because he takes on f3, and after gf3, queen e5, knight e5. I think that even though white is better according to the engines, I think the position is just equal and that you don't have that many winning chances here. Let's say bishop to b5 check, knight to c6, provoking the knight to go back, and I mean it's equal. White is supposed to be slightly better, but nothing major. You do have the bishop pair. You have a 4 to 3 on the queen side, which might be significant, but I doubt it, and probably a drawn position. So let's go over that once again. After c6, the second sideline, queen to e2, putting pressure on this pawn, cd5, fe5, the material, 4, 5, 6, 7, 6 pawns for black. So it's basically black who's giving up a pawn. Knight c6, knight f3, bishop g4, pinning the knight. Sorry, whoever is challenging me once again. Yeah, d4, knight e4, queen d5. And remember not to play d3, it's better to play knight to f2. Okay, and the main line of the Nimzowitsch counter gambit after e d5, c6 is not to play queen to e2 or d takes c6, even though they seem quite interesting, and I play both in blitz and I think they're great. The main move is knight to c3. Knight to c3 simply defends your d5 pawn some more. Of course it can be taken, but it's developing a piece which is much sounder than playing queen to e2 or d takes c6, which doesn't develop anything. It does develop the queen, but you should get your minor pieces out first. So this is in principle the strongest move, and you should develop if possible. And yeah, if you play knight to f3, then e4 is a move, and knight to c3 stops that. E takes f4, the most logical continuation. Knight to f3, now that this is no longer a threat. d4 is also a move, but is not as precise. It does attack the f4 pawn immediately, but I think knight to f3 is better because you want to stop this check. Bishop d6, d4 now, knight to e7, dc6, knight bc6, bishop c4, and yeah, once again count the material. Both sides have 6 pawns. Black has a weak pawn on f4. Nothing major for black, and I really can't see why black would go for the Falkbeer counter gambit if not to transpose to the modern, which then does make sense. But if you accept it properly with knight to with c6, going for the Nimzowitsch variation or the Nimzowitsch counter gambit, then I think you're sort of weaker than in the main lines, than in the accepted King's Gambit, so be careful using that. Here to continue both sides castle, bishop g4 pinning the knight, but it's nothing special really. Knight e4, centralizing the knight, bishop c7, c3, knight g6. This pawn structure is huge for white. This pawn majority, of course, is winning for white in any endgame. Once again, this pawn majority 4 to 2 that black has on the king side is almost insignificant, and I would always rather have white. The main plan here for white, exchange the pieces off. The main plan for black, don't let white trade anything and try to attack the king, but it's really hard. All of these pieces are defending perfectly, and I really don't think white is in any trouble at all. So this would be the Nimzowitsch counter gambit. I wouldn't advise you to play that. Okay, and the last variation after d5, e takes d5. Once again, remember that this loses because of queen h4. Remember that, just don't forget, I've seen this in blitz games. So e takes d5. The last variation is the Staunton variation, or the Staunton line, where black plays e4. And I'm not sure what to say about this move. It's once again, sorry for declining the challenges. Okay, I have to turn this off somehow. E4, advancing in the center, basically declining to take the f pawn, and now c4 is not a move. Defending your d5 pawn, it just leaves too many holes in your position and you're still undeveloped. Yeah, so don't play c4. The main move is d3, simply challenging the advanced d4 pawn. And now the main move for black isn't to take, because that would help white develop. After d3, black's main idea is knight to f6, and the difference is that now, of course, there's no e pawn to chase the knight away, and the d5 pawn is under pressure. The main move here is de4, knight takes c4, knight to f3. And you count the material, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 for white, 6 pawns for black. Black is sort of pawn down for the moment, but one of these pawns is going to fall. and I think that black can regain the material more often than not. Now, as for whether this position is good for black, I wouldn't say so, because I think that black doesn't have anything for his opening trick e4, and even though it's the third most common move, I just can't find the advantages for black. Bishop c5, the main move. You do have some pressure here, but white really isn't in trouble. Queen to e2, you can check, but once again, you don't get anything by that. Bishop to f5 is the main move. Let's see in this position if if black does check here, then then king here, queen takes, and you can see that white is supposed to be better. This knight is pinned and you have to defend. This is +2 for white. So the piece arrangement is quite unfortunate for black, and none of these tricks really work. So you should remember that during your game. So let's go over that once again, just to confirm. f4, d5, ed5, e4, the Staunton line, d3, knight f6, d takes e4, knight takes e4, knight to f3, bishop to c5. Here, after queen to e2, checking the king doesn't work, because after queen takes, you can cover with your knight and put extra pressure on the e4 knight. So bishop f2, king d1, queen takes, knight f to d2 doesn't work. You're losing a piece basically, or you have to defend uncomfortably with the move f5, and knight to c3 is coming, and your bishop is going to be hanging after you take here, after you take here, and black is in trouble. So the main move after queen to e2 is knight to f5, increasing the pressure on white's position. But even though you have these three lovely pieces, they look great visually, there's not much you can do about it, and there's no easy way to use them to your advantage. Now, if I encountered this over the board with the white pieces without knowing the variation, then I would be scared. So it's a great surprise weapon if you count that white doesn't know it. But if white is prepared, and white is the one who chooses to play the king's gambit, and you can count on him being prepared, then this just won't work. To continue the position, knight c3, queen e7, bishop e3, bishop takes, queen takes, knight takes, queen takes e7, check, king takes, bc, nothing major here. White is still a pawn up, it is a doubled pawn, and I guess black would take on c2. So nothing major for either side. I would say that white is slightly better because he has more space in the center. Now you could argue whether that's good or just a weakness, these pawns on f4 and d5. But yeah, it's a sort of equal position, nothing major for black, which the engine's like white here, but yeah, wait, can you take on c2? Let's see. If takes, it's supposed to be much better for white, although I'm not sure why. King here. I'm not sure why it's so bad to take. I would take. The main move according to the engines is bishop to e4, after which white only has +0.8. But yeah, it doesn't really matter. I believe it's sort of equal, and the engines give an unnecessary evaluation here, and I think that it's closer to being equal. But nevertheless, not a very sound opening for black, and you can see that even the engines agree. And if the engines agree that black is worse in the king's gambit, then the opening is not very good. So after d5, ed5, e4, I really wouldn't recommend, because you're not taking the extra pawn which white offered you, you're gambiting a pawn, and it's not easy to get it back, and I think there are better variations. Now, to sum things up, I think the best way to play the Falkbeer, if you want to play it after d5, is to just transfer to the modern defense. Once again, look at that video if you haven't, to study the theory in the modern defense, because it's the soundest way to play. So after ed5, ef4, knight f3, knight f6, you continue playing as if it were the modern defense. And if you want to play the Falkbeer counter gambit, the best way you could play the proper Falkbeer is to go for the Nimzowitsch with f4, d5, ed5, c6, and give up a whole pawn and continue from there. Once again, I think white is slightly better, but it's playable for black. You get quick development, let's say dc6, knight c6, bishop e5, ef4. You get quick development, white's king in the center, and anything could happen. So an interesting opening. Okay, thanks very much for watching. I hope you got something from this video on the Falkbeer counter gambit. Let me know what you think. We have one more video to go. We are going to go over the classical variation of the King's Gambit declined next, and then we are off to new openings. Thanks very much, and stay tuned for more chess. See you later. Bye bye.